Yes, sir. And we are live. And it's just 9:02 a.m. in the morning. You should already know that it's your boy, the HGM Brando. No, let's get it. Yeah, got something on the agenda for this morning. Should I'll get into. So before we get into that, y'all know how it go. Now that you know that the HGM Brando knows, I'm gonna go ahead and start the show. Let's get it.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that smile, I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something, I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape, cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch. Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my.
Yes, sir, Bob. For all y'all that don't know, the wolf on the wall represents the 40 wolves. Yo, Cam, tell them where we from, baby.
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block is 40 Wolves. Lou Simpson's on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
From none of that, homeboy. Yo, Gene Dale, bring it on home for me, please.
If you didn't have strong dudes around him, you'd have had cats like the Lynch Mob. You'd have had cats like Preacher. You would have had cats like the 40 Wolves. You would have cats like Niggas for Life. Dudes who was really in the streets like that.
Yeah, so what we got going on here? The Fed chair gonna be speaking today, y'all, so we definitely getting into that. They got evidence that your boy Obama is cooked. What else can we get into here? Let's see. XRP to 650. Okay, let's see. Let's get into this right here. Disgusting.
Y'all, we send our prayers, agents, our first responders, especially our players, man. And we hope we get every last one of you scums off the street. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Hey, Father, I believe the name of that T-shirt. I believe I just heard that they recovered the injured party.
I'll tell you, seeing stuff like this it makes me hotter than fish grease, man. You know, and then Democrats come out and they say, because these are their heroes. These are their heroes. This is the Democrats' party legacy right here.
I'll say it again: sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. And I'm going to work very hard with Secretary Noem to keep President Trump's promise and his commitment several weeks ago that sanctuary cities are now our priority. We're going to flood the zone. You don't want to let us into jail to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. You want to release him into the street, which makes it unsafe for the community, makes it unsafe for the officer, makes it unsafe for the alien. Anything can happen on a street arrest. So what we're going to do, we'll have more agents in New York City to look for that bad guy. So sanctuary cities get exactly what they don't want: more agents in the community and more agents in the work site. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of the county jail, then we'll arrest him in the community and we'll arrest him in the jail. And when we arrest him in the community, if he's with others that are in the country illegally, they're coming too.
They're coming too. Get them. Get them. Get them. Flood the zone. Yeah. This was the last straw. Yeah. Y'all done pissed them off now. Now they hotter than fish grease. They were already hot. But now that grease done got hot. They done threw that fish in there. Shh. It's hotter than fish grease now. This was the last straw. Buddy, they got the gang members. This is good. Yeah, buddy.
Peace. Tito. Hey man, they getting put the party.
With Secretary Noem to make sure we get as many bad guys, illegal aliens out of this country that we can. And I want to say one more thing. I'm sick and tired of reading in the media every day how ICE is not doing what the Trump administration has promised, that we're not arresting criminals, that most of the people we're arresting are not criminals. I look at the numbers every day. The numbers I looked at the other day: 130,000 arrests and 90,000 criminals. Do the math. That's 70%. And who are the others? Others are those who have final orders, who had due process at great taxpayer expense. A federal judge ordered them removed, so ICE's job is to remove them. Who are the rest of the people? National security threats. Under Secretary Noem's leadership, they've arrested several hundred Iranian nationals. National security threats. They may not have a criminal conviction, but they need to be detained. They need to be arrested and taken off the streets of this country. Then I read another story about how most people in ICE detention aren't criminals. Now the story is, how bad would criminals have to be? I saw a story the other day. Only 1% of the illegal aliens removed were murderers. Are you kidding me? Being in the country illegally is not illegal anymore. You got to commit a murder to be deported. If you look at ICE detention, I'll say it again. Look at the detention. Who's in detention? I looked at the numbers this morning. A majority are criminals, have criminal history. Who are the rest? Final order cases, who are judge ordered removed. The others are expedited removal by federal statute. Demands they be detained. So for the media out there, let's try telling the truth about the men and women at ICE. And the men and women of the Border Patrol. I wore that uniform. I was an ICE agent. These are the finest men and women in this country that put their lives on the line every day for this country. I buried Border Patrol agents. I buried ICE agents. Luckily, thank God, we're not burying one today. Enough. I love the men and women of ICE. I love the men and women of the Border Patrol. They're finally doing the job they took a note to do, and they got a great leadership of Secretary Noem, who's going to enforce the law without apology. I appreciate your leadership, man. That's all.
Well, their policies are evil. They are intentional. They are malicious. They hate this country, and they want our people to suffer, and they have turned migration into a weapon. And when ICE and Border Patrol go out and conduct these raids, what do they find? Trafficked and enslaved children. They find offenders with rap sheets that go from here to the other side of the country. State after state, a trail of blood and suffering. And ICE and Border Patrol are getting these monsters out of our country, getting these predators out of our communities.
Both entered during the Biden administration. They both were released on their own recognizance. Wasn't even a bomb placed on, wasn't detention. They released them right away. And as you said, in the last 4 years, Sean, unvetted people released, illegal aliens released in the country, weren't held more than a day. And, you know, and they've both been involved in criminal activity in Massachusetts and in New York. Arrested in New York 3 times, and not one time did NYPD reach out to ICE or respond or detain or just reach back in the street.
Now I'm gonna play 2 different videos, and I want you guys to tell me the differences as we end off today's show. You know, but got to do things the right way. You know, the right way, and this is what millions, majority of America, voted for. You know, but check this out. And if you enjoyed today's video, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new here. God bless you all and your family. And let me know what y'all think about these next couple of clips.
¿Es tu esposa? ¿Quisieras decir algo?
Son unas mierdas, pinche gobierno, no han de chingar su madre.
Vamos a ir al centro.
Están mis hijas esperándolos en la casa. 6 niñas tengo que dependen de nosotros.
¿Ella es la mamá?
Sí.
¿Y por qué se la están llevando? ¿A qué vinieron?
Tomaron el caso, según. Es lo que están haciendo ahorita, por eso no venga nadie. No vengan porque se los van a llevar a todos. Están ahí arriba muchos de migración esperando que les tumben el caso para llevárselos.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Eduardo Duarte.
¿Y ella cómo se llama?
Luz del Carmen Herrera.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Me puedes decir qué pasó?
Le desestimaron el caso y se la van a llevar. Es lo que están haciendo.
Tranquila, ma, acá estoy yo, acá estoy yo. Tranquila, ma, aquí estoy yo. Acá está todo.
Hey. No son animales. El 106.
No están haciendo que no puedo estar aquí.
No la toques así. A mí no me andan tocando.
Me lo está tocando, señor.
¿Cómo no?
Van a
Eso no me
reaccionar.
tocó a mí. Eso no me tocó a mí.
Señor, usted lo toca, él lo tiene que tocar.
No, yo no lo toqué en ningún momento. En ningún momento. No estoy viendo. No son animales, no se entienden.
We'll be there in 10 minutes. It's not a long drive. Let's get those people. Give us 50
A little bit of space, please.
Give us 50
A little bit of space. You guys still do it?
Back up.
Just give us some space, please. A little bit.
Hey, babe. Check your phone.
What happened?
Check your phone. Check the text message I sent you.
I don't have anything.
You sure?
I don't have any messages.
For me?
Oh, apenas. No way. Oh. Oh.
All right, now to this. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard released a report she says is one of the biggest political scandals in recent history, the Trump-Russia investigation. She claims after Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election, Obama-era officials undertook an administration-wide campaign to discredit him. The DNI director spoke on Sunday Morning Futures.
We had a sitting president of the United States and his cabinet and leadership team, quite frankly, who were not happy with the fact that President Trump had won the election. And so they decided that they would do everything possible to try to undermine his ability to do what voters tasked President Trump to do.
All right, joining us now, Fox News contributor Mark Thiessen. Good morning to you, Mark. What is new in all these documents, this blitz of documents released Friday?
Yeah, so this is really very important to get to the bottom of this, because this is one of the worst political scandals of our lifetime. We spent 2 years and tens of millions of dollars investigating what turned out to be a conspiracy theory, which is that Donald Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 election. And it turned out it wasn't true. And there were a lot of Democrats were pushing this. A lot of people in the media were pushing it. But what was most insidious were the people in the intelligence community who would basically were telling the American people a pernicious lie, which is you can't see it, but we've seen secret intelligence that suggests that the president was conspiring with Russia to steal the election. And it wasn't true. Brennan was one of the worst people involved in this. He called Trump a traitor, said he had committed treason, that he was an agent of the Russian regime. And this is really bad because it calls into question the intelligence community's credibility. And so we got to get to the bottom of who did this, who was behind it, and find out why and call them out.
You know, Democrats in the intelligence community and who work on intel issues on Capitol Hill say there's nothing to see here. This is all just more on something we've already heard 100 times. Here's Jim Himes. Take a listen.
What you saw from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was not just a lie, but a very dangerous lie, because when you start throwing around language like sedition and treason, somebody's going to get hurt.
What's your response to that, Mark?
So, I'm sorry, John Brennan accused Donald Trump of treason. Adam Schiff accused Donald Trump of treason. Eric Swalwell said he was an agent of a foreign power. So for them to say that Tulsi Gabbard is politicizing intelligence, they weaponized intelligence against the president of the United States. And look, there's two different things that are going on here. There's the question of whether Russia tried to interfere in the 2016 election, which they did.
Right.
And I would remind everyone that Donald Trump launched a cyber attack against the troll farm in St. Petersburg responsible for that election interference. So Donald Trump actually was the one taking that more seriously than the Democrats. Barack Obama didn't do that. But there's the question of whether Donald Trump conspired with Russia in that interference to help it to steal the election, which has been proven to be an absolute lie. And the Democrats pushed that lie. All Blumenthal, Warner, Schiff, Swalwell all went out and said there was evidence, secret evidence, that Donald Trump had conspired with Russia, and it wasn't true. And we need to find out what the source of those lies are. What were they seeing, if they did see anything in the intelligence community that turned out to be false, so we can restore the credibility of the intelligence community.
Well, look, some Democrats have pointed out that the origin, as you mentioned there, was really this intelligence that appeared to show at the time that the Russian president, at least, favored Donald Trump's election over that of Hillary Clinton, and that some political figures took that, perverted it, and made it a collusion.
Yeah, so CIA Director Ratcliffe actually just put out a report on this. And if you look at that report, the evidence for the interference, the idea that they were interfering in the election is clear, but whether they favored Trump, a lot of that was driven by the Steele dossier. And there was a huge fight within the intelligence community about whether to include the Steele dossier, which was paid for by the Clinton campaign, which was political opposition research that turned out to be untrue, to include that in the intelligence assessment of the intelligence agencies. And it was the FBI and Brennan who were pushing to include it, and the intelligence professionals who were saying that it shouldn't be in there. So we need to get to the bottom of that as well.
All right, you can check out those documents. They are now publicly available online, anywhere you get your news, including foxnews.com. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Mark.
So more on this. Want to bring in investigative journalist Matt Taibbi. Matt, thanks for joining our program today, and good morning to you.
Good morning.
A lot of the usual suspects, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, et cetera. But also Barack Obama is mentioned in a lot of this. And you read at Racket News that a source had told you that Obama is now, quote, center square in the Russiagate scam. Go ahead and explain that. Then I've got questions for you after that.
Sure. So the last major revelation that came out was that John Brennan and James Comey were the focus of criminal investigations that have been opened by the Justice Department. But these new documents that were released by Tulsi Gabbard and the Director of National Intelligence make it clear that the investigation is now aimed at the Obama White House, and in particular at Barack Obama, because of decisions that were made in early December of 2016 to suppress the presidential daily briefing and go ahead and order a new intelligence community assessment that ultimately would have much more aggressive conclusions about Trump and Russia.
So a lot of this December of 2016 into January of 2017, I'm assuming also. But Trump's people were in there for 4 years. And the current CIA director had his job for 8 months at the time. Did his people fail him? Why wasn't there more urgency on this and Trump 1.0 as there is now?
Yeah, that's a complaint I heard a lot over the weekend from people who have been following this, and even from former officials who are close to Trump. One of them said to me, a former high-ranking Trump official said there was, quote, so much corruption in the last Trump presidency that this shouldn't have been overlooked, that these documents should have come out. Absolutely. But the overall sense I get is that everyone's happy that they finally are coming out, and they're looking forward to what is likely to come out this week.
Okay, another question about Russia. Is the allegation they were trying to influence our election, or is the allegation that they actually changed votes? I think we need to be clear on that. What can we say?
So it's both. The Democrats are making a lot of hay over this apples and oranges issue, that there was never any question that they didn't actually change vote tallies, but they did influence the election. Actually, there was some question about whether they had the ability to influence the election. There were quotes earlier from that year with the FBI saying they didn't have any evidence that they had done so, and they were uncomfortable making that statement. There were also quotes saying that they lacked evidence that Russia had the ability to impact the outcome of the election. So all of this would have been passed on to somebody like Michael Flynn, because presidents-elect are entitled to receive the presidential daily briefing. That's why this is important. It's not so much what the PDB did say, it's what it didn't say. It didn't say that there was a sweeping conspiracy to help Trump. And if they had that, it would have been a very different political picture going forward.
Okay, looks like it's the DOJ's call next, and we'll see what they do. Matt, thanks for coming on. Matt Taibbi, good to be in touch with you. Thank you.
Well, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard says she has identified, quote, overwhelming evidence to show how Obama-era officials manufactured the Trump-Russia collusion hoax after he was elected in 2016. Here is DNI Gabbard on what she found.
Over 100 documents that we released on Friday really detail and provide evidence of how this treasonous conspiracy was directed by President Obama just weeks before he was due to leave office, after President Trump had already gotten elected. Creating this piece of manufactured intelligence that claims that Russia had helped Donald Trump get elected, contradicted every other assessment that had been made previously in the months leading up to the election that said exactly the opposite. So the effect of what President Obama and his senior national security team did was subvert the will of the American people, undermining our democratic republic, and enacting what would be essentially a years-long coup against President Trump, who was duly elected by the American people.
Wow, this is a lot. And the DOJ just received that referral from DNI Gabbard?
Yeah, so Tulsi Gabbard said that she was going to turn over the documents this morning. She did the official turnover. And so now it goes to the DOJ. We'll see what they find out. Let them do the investigation. Let them look into it, look at the accusations. I mean, look, this is something that happened nearly a decade ago. So certainly I think it would be maybe good for the American people to get more clarity and more information. Does it need to go beyond that? Hard to say, especially on the legal side. But the other thing I thought about with all of this is, you know, if you're the president of the United States today, you're in your second term. You won. Despite what maybe Obama or Hillary Clinton or anybody else that was associated with this hoax, whatever they were responsible for or did, you won again, term 2. And we're now at the 6-month mark for Donald Trump. And look how great the stock market is doing. The border is closed. So maybe look at that instead.
Nicole, Congressman Pat Fallon told me last hour, Republican congressman, that if there was something that was law-breaking here, that there should be accountability because this is so problematic. And he seems to think he couldn't release everything that he's already seen. Well, no one can at this point, but he said as this becomes more public, you'll see what I'm talking about.
And I agree with him 100% because, again, if you broke the law, if they actually did participate in this, I do believe in accountability. And I do believe that there should be tangible consequences for this type of behavior because what this does is it's not just the crime that was committed allegedly. It's that you destroy the trust of these intel agencies, of these law enforcement agencies, the CIA, the FBI, all of these agencies involved in that. And again, I was at the FBI in 2016, and I can tell you that this was the first time that I really felt, wow, the FBI has been politicized. And I was down in FBI Miami. Oh, yeah. It was July 5th of 2016 when Jim Comey came out and said no reasonable prosecutor will charge Hillary Clinton. I will never forget that moment. And I'm down in FBI Miami working violent crime. Literally, the next day, I was given a case of a child who had been raped by her biological father. And we're trying to work real cases in Miami. In the meantime, we're hearing about this nonsense going on in D.C., just trying to ignore it. We're like, look, that's not our problem. That's the political side of things. So again, going back to the original point, I do believe that there should be consequences because not only does it destroy the trust of the American people, it destroyed the trust of FBI agents. We're like, what is going on in my agency? This is my director. Can I trust my FBI director? And I can tell you that the FBI has never recovered since, in my opinion, because of the destructive behavior of James Comey and others that may have been involved, Brennan, Clapper, others in the intel agencies. And, you know, let's let them see what they've got. They've given the information to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. Let them follow the evidence. If a crime was committed, you know what they always say? No one is above the law. And you know what? You're not either. And so let's see what happens. Follow the evidence.
There you go, Griff.
Well, look, I think that to Nicole's point, accountability is the goal of this. And over the weekend, we interviewed on Fox and Friends, Tulsi Gabbard as well on Saturday. And it struck me that she's making the case that, look, this is a manipulated and politicized effort to change the narrative to usurp Donald Trump's election, and that every American across bipartisan lines should care about accountability. And she said that ultimately that accountability goes all the way to the top, to former President Barack Obama. Now, I think to Cheryl's point, does this lead to actual charges? I don't know. I do think here's one thing that might be in the cards to come down the pike is some congressional hearings in seeing people like Comey, like Brennan, like Clapper, like Susan Rice being called before Congress, because you would think that if there are, quote, charges brought, it's because of statements they made that were inconsistent with what was actually done according to these documents.
Yeah. Can they plead the fifth, like what we've seen here recently?
We saw an awful lot of that out of the inner circle to Biden's
I don't know how much more you'll get. You know, I guess my kind of top-down concern has to do with how far back this went if ex-President Obama was involved. I mean, they would have been working against Donald Trump to help Hillary win, to what else? What could have been the reason for all of that?
Because they wanted to stay in control, and Donald Trump was operating so far outside the establishment that I think to a lot of people whom many would consider the deep state, he was uncontrollable. He was such an unknown quantity that they were terrified that he would come in and upend the establishment. And, you know, it's like in many ways he has. In many ways he has destroyed a lot of norms that people didn't realize were detrimental to this country. And I understand why DNI Gabbard has a vested interest here, because if you remember, this is something that Hillary Clinton was pushing long after she lost the 2016 election. And she said with great certainty that Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. She used the term Russian asset.
Yes, she did.
And then, you know, Tulsi Gabbard was taken aside by TSA and, you know, customs and questioned, and she was on a list and she didn't know how she got there. Well, now she's DNI, and she'll get to the bottom of some of her personal questions, but also make sure this never happens again with any president, with any administration, with any level of the intelligence agencies who were all in collusion with each other. And the Washington Post and New York Times needs to give their Pulitzers back with this sham reporting they did.
Wow. You have a last quick word.
Well, I was going to say that there's a great piece this morning in the opinion section, foxnews.com, written by our colleague, Greg Jarrett, who wrote a book about all of this. And he goes through a lot of the reasons why the legal bar might be really high. So let's see what the DOJ comes up with. But he does kind of lay out the case of where this could or could not go, depending on what the law is.
Texas Congressman Pat Fallon is on that House Oversight Committee, which is driving hard for whoever may have broken the law here to pay for it. He also sits on the Intelligence and Armed Services Committees. Great to see you today. Talk to me about just the top line in all of this. How is this different from what we knew under Trump's first term, for instance?
Well, what we found, Harris, is that the Intelligence Committee under Barack Obama was either ethically incompetent or that was a coordinated effort to manipulate intelligence for political gain. That is sure. From what I can tell you is the preponderance of the evidence certainly suggests that. It's more probable than that that happened. Now, as we investigate this further, and I personally have a lot more reading to do when I get back to Washington today, is can we get to a reasonable doubt threshold? Because what I've seen thus far is very troubling, and it truly, and I'm not being hyperbolic here, it could be Watergate-esque.
Can you share any of it? Because I know a lot of it you can't share, but people are curious to know, gosh, everybody was digging for this to in part defend what the president was calling the Russia hoax, and he was right. So why now? Like, what can you give us just a tidbit of what you think we need to know?
I think I want to also clear something up, because there's Russian attempted interference, and then there's collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, which never happened, right? I mean, since Lenin, since 2022, when their Russian Civil War was over and it became the Soviet Union, they've been trying to, in some ways, meddle in American and Western democracies. Of course, they've been trying to influence things, and I'm sure they were a party to a lot of the terrorism we saw in the 70s in Europe, et cetera, et al. But to say, in which a lot of the intelligence community said, that President Trump and his campaign were colluding with Russia is a completely different topic, which there is zero evidence that ever happened. There's also zero hard evidence that Russia effectively altered the outcome of the 2016 election.
Yeah, that's important to know, because you heard Democrats saying that at every turn. All right, I want to get to this. It's from investigative journalist Matt Taibbi. Let's watch.
The investigation is now aimed at the Obama White House, and in particular at Barack Obama, because of decisions that were made to suppress the presidential daily briefing and go ahead and order a new intelligence community assessment that ultimately would have much more aggressive conclusions about Trump and Russia.
Wow, this is really problematic because this maybe looks like it was going on far before Trump ever was in his first term as president. I mean, what would the goal have been by Obama if that's true?
Obviously, before the November election, it was to, make sure that Hillary won. And then afterward, it was to discredit and start that really a tar and feathering campaign that we saw that never ended. I mean, other networks that didn't value the truth at all, but valued spin over the truth, wouldn't stop with it. And that's what's troubling. And this is an egregious and criminal violations of the Hatch Act as well, if what we are finding can hold up.
Well, it's great to have you today. The story is breaking wide open. Please come back as we learn more. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Harris. God bless. Take care.
You too.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard accusing the Obama administration of creating, quote, manufactured intelligence, claiming that Russia helped President Trump get elected in 2016. She has 100 pages of documents. She's sent them to the Justice Department, and she is calling for accountability. Justice correspondent David Spunt reporting live on this story for us from Washington. Hi, David.
Hi, Martha. And the Justice Department confirmed to Fox News they have those documents. No other comment from them. But Tulsi Gabbard's team says that Obama's team changed their story. And while they previously found no Russian interference in the 2016 election, then they say the Russia collusion narrative took off just before Donald Trump took office in 2017. Watch.
This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an issue that is so serious it should concern every single American because it has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic.
Critics say that Gabbard is conflating multiple issues.
Now, what Tulsi is doing, it's a little sleight of hand, but it's worth focusing on.
Now, critics insist that President Obama's team was concerned for months leading up to the 2020 election about Russia sowing discord online via Facebook and other social media channels. You're seeing Marco Rubio there. He was a senator at the time from Florida, the chairman of the Intel Committee, the acting chairman. In 2020, he put out a statement after an exhaustive review of 2016 Russian interference. He wrote, quote, "The committee found absolutely no evidence that then candidate Donald Trump or his campaign colluded with the Russian government to meddle in the 2016 election. What the committee did find, however, is very troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling." DOJ officials confirmed receiving that referral again, but declined to comment further. Martha.
Okay, we'll see where it goes, David. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's easy to forget how outrageous all of this is, so we thought we'd highlight the biggest revelations, starting with what the Director of National Intelligence was saying back then. Right after the election, DNI James Clapper wrote the following on December 7th of 2016. Quote, "We assess that foreign adversaries did not use cyber attacks on election infrastructure to alter the U.S. presidential outcome this year. We have no evidence of cyber manipulation of election infrastructure intended to alter results." Fast forward to 2019, and Clapper was singing a different tune after then Attorney General Bill Barr said the Trump campaign was spied upon.
I thought it was both stunning and scary. I was amazed at that and rather disappointed that the Attorney General would say such a thing. It just has a feeling that there was spying against the campaign. We're losing sight here of what started all this, and that was the Russian meddling, the Russian interference in our election process. And the Russians pose a profound threat to this country.
So that's from no evidence to profound threat. That's quite a leap. And what about President Obama? A declassified document dated December 9th, 2016, reveals the intel community was working to produce a new assessment per Obama's request and seeking participation from the CIA, FBI, NSA, and DHS. Around that same time, here's what President Obama was saying publicly.
When I look back in terms of how we handled it, I think we handled it the way it should have been handled. Unless the American people genuinely think that the professionals in the CIA, the FBI, our entire intelligence infrastructure are less trustworthy than the Russians, then people should pay attention to what our intelligence agencies say.
As for anyone questioning why a new assessment was ordered, they were quickly silenced. This from a late December 2016. Quote, "Due to the ODNI whistleblowers questioning his leadership about why an IC assessment was being created that contradicted multiple IC assessments, the whistleblower is immediately removed from emails regarding the drafting of Obama-ordered IC assessment." Former FBI Director James Comey had no problem sticking by the intelligence community.
There should be no fuzz on this whatsoever. The Russians interfered in our election during the 2016 cycle. They did it with purpose. They did it with sophistication. They did it with overwhelming technical efforts. And it was an active measures campaign driven from the top of that government. There is no fuzz on that. It is a high confidence judgment of the entire intelligence community. And the members of this committee have seen the intelligence. It's not a close call. That happened.
Joining me now to dig further into this is CEO of the Federalist, Sean Davis. Great to see you, Sean. So no fuzz about it.
Yeah, it turns out there was a lot of fuzz about it. And it's fascinating what we're learning, 8 years later. That by itself is a scandal, that it took 8 years for us to learn this information, that there was actually a great deal of debate within the so-called intel community about the nature of the Russian threat. We now know that there was a lot of doubt about this idea that Russia was desperately trying to help Trump to win, that it was this some sort of profound technological effort. Based on what we know, based on the intel community's own words, there were no real cyber attacks to change votes or go after infrastructure. And we also know that the extent of their technological chicanery and shenanigans came down to, some Facebook ads and some Twitter memes.
Right.
And so it's just fascinating looking back in hindsight and seeing the efforts that these people, Comey and Brennan and Clapper, these corrupt people, the efforts they went to delegitimize Trump's victory, number one, that was the first goal. And then the second goal is to cripple his administration and cripple his presidency. That's the scandal here.
And I feel like that effort is still ongoing. And I want to show a couple of a clip real quick of the effort to smear Tulsi Gabbard. And when you look at these documents now, it makes you kind of wonder if maybe this isn't what they were afraid of when they tried to brand her a Russian asset. Watch this.
I'm not making any predictions, but I think they've got their eye on somebody who's currently in the Democratic primary and are grooming her to be the third-party candidate. She's a favorite of the Russians. They have a bunch of sites and bots and other ways of supporting her so far.
Also a reminder that just 5 minutes ago, Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat in good standing.
Yeah, and it's fascinating when you know what Hillary did. Remember, the whole narrative was Trump was owned by the Russians. The Russians wanted him to win. He was colluding with the Russians. It turns out, in fact, the only campaign that was actually working with someone who was on the payroll of Russians was Hillary Clinton. She hired Christopher Steele to go do this dossier. Her campaign paid for that. Christopher Steele, at the exact same time, was working on behalf of a sanctioned Russian oligarch. And it's fascinating. You mentioned at the beginning the Senate Intel Committee report that came out. I think it was Fox News that reported early on in 2018 that Mark Warner, who was the co-chair of that committee, was having back-channel negotiations with a lawyer for that Russian oligarch, trying to set up secret back-channel communications with Christopher Steele himself. So there's a reason Democrats are furious at people like Tulsi Gabbard coming out and actually giving us transparency, because they know when the documents come out and when the intel community is transparent, their goose is cooked.
Right. It is kind of remarkable to think of what the Kremlin must be thinking. All they had to do is buy a couple of Facebook ads, and then they sit back and they watch the entire Democrat Party do all of their propaganda for years. Sean Davis, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
President Trump, meanwhile, reacting to the new criminal investigation into former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey for possible wrongdoing related to the Trump-Russia probe.
But I will tell you, I think they're very dishonest people. I think they're crooked as hell. And maybe they have to pay a price for that. I believe they are truly bad people and dishonest people. So whatever happens, happens.
Our next guest says the CIA report makes it clear President Trump was framed and they knew it all along. Joining us now is Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett. Greg, good to have you here.
Good to be with you.
Good to see you. Does this make it clear that President Trump was framed?
Yeah, and I think Americans already knew that. I wrote 2 books on the subject. The Mueller report came out and confirmed what I wrote, that so much was based on a phony document known as the dossier, paid for by Hillary Clinton and Democrats, and then commandeered by those two guys, John Brennan and James Comey. And they manipulated the system, the document itself. They abused their power. Comey launched a case against Trump in violation of the FBI regulations. He deceived the FISA court with the dossier to gain a spy warrant. And, you know, John Brennan took that dossier knowing that it was garbage, and he insisted that it be put in the intelligence community assessment. And even though, you know, he knew it was such a phony document, I thought, if I put it in the intel assessment, it'll elevate the credibility. We can drive Trump from office. He told Congress in his testimony, oh, no, that wasn't in the assessment. Well, it was. So did he lie? Can he be charged? Arguably, yes, he can.
Interesting. Brennan is responding now to the FBI investigation. He says, Greg, Democratic principles are being eroded. This is on MSNBC yesterday.
This whole thing about the CIA note and this possible referral of me and criminal investigation, I think is just symptomatic of a much broader disease that we are confronting right now in terms of how our democratic principles are being eroded and corroded as a result of this authoritarian march that we are witnessing every day.
Reaction to that.
Well, it's classic projection. Accuse your opponents of doing what you did, right? I mean, they eroded confidence and trust in the American government, particularly the FBI and the CIA and other agencies. Single-handedly, they set back America considerably.
I was asking you during the commercial break that now very well-known James Comey post, the cool shell formation on my beach walk, he wrote and posted to his Instagram account, 8647. Why?
This is a guy who needs daily therapy. He is so obsessed with his hatred of Trump. He loathes the man. He despises his policies. It's what drove the Russia hoax. He, more than anybody else, it drove the witch hunt. And he can never quite get over the fact that he failed and he got fired. And he hates that as well. On his way out the door, by the way, he purloined FBI documents and leaked them to the media with the plan that this will trigger the special counsel and drive Trump from office. And in fact, it did drive, and Bob Mueller was appointed, his longtime mentor and friend. But in the end, his scheme failed.
Just remarkable look back. Meantime, for the very first time, Greg, since 1963, the CIA is now admitting that it monitored JFK's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, prior to the shooting. So how big of a deal are these new documents, Greg?
Yeah, I don't think it changes the final conclusion of the Warren Commission report that Oswald was a lone gunman. What it does show is that the CIA was worried that they might get the blame. We've always sort of known they kept an eye on Oswald. Of course they did. He defected to the Soviet Union, lived there 3 years, married a Russian woman, came back to the United States. He was a Castro sympathizer. 6 weeks before the assassination, he made contact with the Soviet embassy in Mexico. So, of course, they interacted with him. They were monitoring him. Why lie about it for 62 years? And I think the only answer, Occam's razor, the logical answer, is that they were afraid they'd get blamed for failing to stop the assassination of JFK.
Wow. That is an incredible development, one we will keep watching. Greg, it was really good to see you.
Good to see you, Sandra.
All right.
Here now with reaction to the breaking news. Former FBI special agent and Fox News contributor Nicole Parker and Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett. Friends, let's review for the audience something they already know. These two figures, Jim Comey, former FBI director, and John Brennan, former CIA director, they had very prominent positions in the federal government. The security clearance is the access to sensitive information that goes along with it. Nicole, as a former FBI agent, tell us how the rank and file view people like Comey and Brennan and the shenanigans, the outright lies and crimes that they have committed.
Well, first of all, I just have to say I am a native Texan, and my heart goes out to all that have been negatively impacted by this awful tragedy. And God bless all of the first responders. We are so grateful. And I just have to say, God bless Texas. To your question, the rank and file at the FBI, those that are really doing the real work at the FBI, they're absolutely disgusted by actions of Jim Comey. What he stands for is exactly opposite of what you are trained to do when you are an FBI special agent and an employee of the FBI. And the number one response that I've received from those across the board, current and former FBI employees, is, quote, "It's about time." This is something that FBI employees have wanted to see for a very long time because we believe in accountability. We are all about enforcing laws ourselves. Who does not even obey the rules, obey the procedures and policies and the laws, that is unacceptable. And I do believe that Jim Comey is the individual who single-handedly started the destruction of the FBI, and the FBI has never recovered from his failures.
Yeah, Greg, I mean, you and I were on TV constantly about this ridiculous Russian hoax. I was in the Trump White House. The amount of time that the networks and the two other cable stations spent on something that never existed, that was fomented by Comey and pushed by Brennan, to say nothing of that ridiculous Trump Tower meeting on January 6th, 2017, where Brennan was there too, but Comey ended up saying to President-elect Trump, hey, we don't know what this is all about, but there's some kind of golden shower, Russian asset thing. Don't worry about it. And of course, we needed to worry about it. So why don't you bring us down a trip down memory lane and how we got to this point? Do you think these guys will be charged with crimes?
I think there's a very good chance. I wrote 2 books about it. And in the second book, I'm gratified to see that this new information from the CIA corroborates just about everything I wrote about John Brennan, that he knew that the dossier was garbage, and yet he insisted on inserting it in the esteemed intelligence community assessment to give the dossier credibility so that he could use it as a cudgel to bludgeon Donald Trump politically. What I think is really new is that these career CIA officials have come forward and they've blown the whistle on John Brennan. Not just that he knew the dossier was junk, but literally the deputy director in writing told him, you can't use this for the ICA. It'll ruin the credibility of the intelligence community. Brennan didn't care. And, these CIA officials describe how he strong-armed everybody into putting the dossier into that ICA. He sidelined people who said no. He silenced them. He excluded 13 intel agencies from contributing to it because they also objected. So I think what they're looking at here with respect to Brennan is perjury, false statements, maybe conspiracy along with Comey.
It's pretty incredible. I mean, Greg, let me just stay with you for a moment. Legally speaking, where do we go from now? So if they're under investigation, obviously they would need to be charged. Somebody will go in and maybe do an interview with them. Possible indictments? I mean, is it enough? The list I read, who can argue at this? Lying to Congress, abusing their security clearance, abusing the FISA process?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to go to a grand jury in Washington, D.C. and get an indictment and then, of course, bring the prosecution. In D.C., bringing a case against a Democrat and a liberal is almost a fool's errand. As for James Comey, I think they're looking at defrauding the government, a conspiracy, and deprivation of rights under color of law. That is, knowingly using fabricated false evidence to support a case against Donald Trump. The statute of limitations, which is 5 years or 7 years, is actually suspended or tolled whenever incriminating evidence is deliberately withheld or fraudulently concealed. So I don't think the statute of limitations is a problem here because we're just now learning of some of the withheld, concealed evidence.
Yes, and Nicole, going back to you as an FBI agent, under Kash Patel, the FBI seems to be going in an entirely different direction. What do you hear from some of your former colleagues about the different direction we have now?
Well, first of all, going back to Jim Comey real fast, let's just remind the American viewer that he was very famous for always saying, no one is above the law. And you know what, Jim Comey? You're right. No one is above the law, including yourself. And I can tell you that there is a spike in morale at the FBI. Kellyanne, I walked away from the agency because it turned into something I no longer even recognized. And I can tell you that I started first noticing the politicization of the FBI with Jim Comey on July 5th of 2016, about 9 years ago, actually, where he came out and said no reasonable prosecutor would charge Hillary Clinton. And under the new leadership of FBI Director Kash Patel, that's not how the FBI works anymore. Kash Patel looks at the evidence and they say, you know what? Is there something here or is there not? It's not based on politics. It's based on facts. It is based on evidence. But I can tell you, FBI agents, what they want to do is get back to enforcing the law. They want to be out of politics. But that most of all, they want accountability and consequences for those that are breaking the law. And that is what FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino are all about, and Attorney General Pam Bondi. And so I can tell you that the morale has increased greatly. They've got a lot on their plate. They have walked into an absolute disaster zone, but there are good, amazing FBI special agents and staff at the FBI who have always done incredible work, and they deserve accolades. They have quietly worked behind the scenes while all of this nonsense was going on, and they have worked hard and they have worked diligently. And what they want more than anything is those that have politicized the agency to be held accountable.
No, it's so true, because Comey in his book and Brennan on TV constantly, they lied in both places, but lying under oath to Congress and abusing the FISA process and your security clearance, these are potentially criminal indictments that we can see coming. We're going to keep a close eye on this, and I know we'll have you back. Nicole Parker, Greg Jarrett, thank you so much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Welcome back. Well, the CapEx comeback in full swing. Business investment is surging at the fastest pace since 1997. Equipment production jumping 17% year over year, powered by retroactive incentives in the president's newly signed Big Beautiful Bill. The administration hoping to boost productivity, lift blue-collar wages, and lay the groundwork for longer-term economic growth. Join me now with more on all of this and more is the Treasury Secretary of the United States, Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Always good to see you.
I want to get your take on this CapEx spending boom and what's driving it. We talk so much about AI and this new pivot in terms of technology and its impact across business, as well as the president's policies to bring business and supply chains back to America. Is that what's behind the CapEx boom? How do you see things?
Maria, this is a combination. It's the tariffs bringing back manufacturing to the U.S. It's the full expensing in the One Big Beautiful Bill, which I think is one of the most important things that we did. Companies can do 100% expensing for equipment, 100% expensing for factories. If you bring your factory back here, I think we had big pent-up demand. We are in the middle of this incredible AI boom that, I don't know whether you want to say this is the third, fourth, fifth industrial revolution. So we're seeing the hyperscalers spend like we never have before. And I think what's really gone unheralded here is the Trump administration's emphasis on deregulation. We are making it possible to build things in America again. For years, if you wanted to build a factory, a pipeline, a transmission grid, you were held up by permitting. And President Trump has given, whether it's EPA, the Energy, Interior, a mandate that these permits should get out within a month. So America is building things again. And I tell you, this is the way that countries get rich and stay rich, is through long-term investment and productivity.
Yeah, and we should also point out that the Big Beautiful Bill made the tax cuts permanent. So, it's not a short-term, phenomenon. People and companies look at that and know that this is the way for the long term. I spoke with the CEO of CoreWeave on this program last week and asked him to assess the situation today. And here's what he said. Watch this.
There has never been a cycle that I have been involved with where the power of the demand across society has been at the order of magnitude of what we're seeing here. The businesses need to get their hands on it. The scientists need to get their hands on it. The governments need to get their hands on it. There's a understanding that this technology will be the defining technology for the next stage of human development. And with that in mind, the companies around the world, and there are not that many companies that can actually build and run this equipment effectively. The demand that these companies are under is enormous, and it's the hyperscalers, it's a few other companies kind of that have the capacity to deliver this scale. And one of the things that's really important for people to understand is it's scale that matters, right? Like, it's not that I can build a few computers or I can run a few computers. It's, can I run one of the 3 largest supercomputers on the planet? How quickly can I build it? How much time can I keep it up so that it doesn't break? If it does break, how quickly can I return it to a useful configuration? All of those are the questions that really drive all of the people that are populating the delivery system of this incredible compute resource.
So, Mr. Secretary, that's it in a nutshell, right? This is a new moment when you look at the impact of AI as well. How long lasting do you expect this CapEx boom to be? Because we're wondering if we're going to see an acceleration of companies lifting guidance. We just heard from General Motors this morning, but they are not changing their guidance because they are worried about a lack of clarity on tariffs. What do you say to that?
Well, a couple of things, Maria, is that I've had the privilege of being in Pittsburgh twice in the past month, and it shows both sides of this CapEx boom. On one side, I went with President Trump, and he announced the U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel deal. Nippon Steel is going to make substantial investments into the existing U.S. Steel facilities in Pittsburgh, and then 3 other facilities around the country. On the other hand, I was there last Tuesday for an AI summit, and Pittsburgh is going to become an AI powerhouse because they have power, they have energy, they've got the know-how with the great universities there. So you're seeing it on both sides. Imagine that, steel and AI, and it's a very diversified building boom. We're seeing companies from all over the world want to come in. You mentioned the AstraZeneca, and I can tell you, we're about to announce a rash of trade deals in the coming days, and a lot of these trade deals are going to include substantial investments in the U.S., whether it's autos, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. Well, you've said that the administration is not rushing these trade deals and that it's more about getting the terms right rather than just meeting deadlines. But we are, 10 days away from your August 1st tariff deadline. You've suggested that the president could extend the clock for countries making real progress on deals. So how hard of a deadline is that August 1st deadline for reciprocal tariffs to return with regard to China?
Well, let's break that down into the 2 pieces. First, I think August 1st is a pretty hard deadline, but what'll happen? Well, for all countries, because what I think will happen is that the tariff level will boomerang back to the reciprocal level from April 2nd. That doesn't mean we can't negotiate when the countries are at the higher level. As a matter of fact, I think President Trump may have created a pretty ingenious strategy here that, if you're working at the high level, you're actually going to work faster. Secondly, China, that deal expires on August 12th, and I'm going to be in Stockholm on Monday and Tuesday with my Chinese counterparts, and we'll be working out and what is likely an extension then. I think trade's in a very good place with China. We're going to be talking about a lot of the other things that our countries can do together. Hopefully, we can see the Chinese pull back on some of this glut of manufacturing that they're doing and concentrate on building a consumer economy. We want to speak to them about the sanctioned Russian and Iranian oil that they're buying, what they're doing to aid Russia in the Ukraine war. So I think we've actually moved to a new level with China where it's very constructive and very, we're going to be able to get a lot of things done now that trade has kind of settled in at a good level.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make so many important points there ahead of this meeting that you're having in Stockholm to hopefully extend the deadline for China. What's most important to you? Because the president has used tariffs on so many levels, not just to raise revenue, but also to try to even the playing field for fair trade for America, but also some of these non-tariff barriers, like what he said in Brazil about the treatment of the former president there. What would be an ideal scenario? What do you want the Chinese Communist Party to do in order to get back or stay at these current tariff levels and get that August 12th deadline extended?
Well, again, we want them to open up. They are imbalanced right now. They're about 30% of global manufacturing and exports. That's unsustainable. And look, they've got 1.4 billion people. With very high savings rate, they have the potential for a big consumer economy. President Trump is remaking the U.S. into a manufacturing economy. If we could do that together, we do more manufacturing, they do more consumption, that would be a home run for the global economy. The other thing, Maria, that President Trump has done, and now the U.S. Senate is acknowledging, there is a lot of bipartisan support for to give President Trump extra authority against Russia on Russia sanctions we're going to see over the coming weeks. But what's important here, now the U.S. Senate agrees with President Trump that tariffs can be used as a negotiating lever. Yeah. So what this bill that the U.S. Senate is going to approve is likely that anyone who buys sanctioned Russian oil will be subject to a 100% tariff. And that is 100%. President Donald Trump has changed the narrative here that tariffs can be used for negotiations, away from just economics, but for world peace.
So you believe that these tariffs could actually stop China from buying sanctioned oil from Russia? That's
well,
huge.
It's not just China, it's India. Yeah. I'm going to be in touch with my European counterparts. The Europeans, have talked a big game about sanctioning Russia, and it'll be very important for the Europeans to also be willing to put on these high level of secondary tariffs for sanctioned Russian oil. I'm confident that they'll do it, but we're going to have some tough discussions to make sure that it is a G7 all hands on deck. Everyone's in agreement.
So will you be poised then to extend the deadline past August 1st for the EU if, in fact, you get an agreement that they will, in fact, sanction China and India for buying oil from Russia?
Those are separate negotiation tracks. There's trade, and then there's trying to end this terrible Russia-Ukraine conflict. And in terms of ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict, everyone's on board with that.
Mm-hmm. Secretary, how much revenue have you raised so far from tariffs? I know that we saw a budget surplus in the Treasury in the month of June. Last time we saw a budget surplus was President Trump's first term. Is that largely because of the tariff revenue, and how much have you raised so far this year?
Well, we're closing in on $100 billion. I think we could annualize at $300 billion. So a way to think about that is that's roughly 1% of our U.S. 30 trillion GDP. So, that is a big number, Maria, and we didn't get any credit for that in the CBO scoring. I don't agree with the CBO scoring, but CBO scoring did say that there's a chance over the 10-year window we could take in $2.8 trillion of tariff revenue. And the great thing about the June number was not only was it an increase in tariff revenue, we brought down expenses. So it was a great combination: lower expenses, higher revenues. And that's how we are going to get this budget mess that we were left with under control.
Yeah, even as the CBO says, the Trump Big Beautiful Bill will add $3.4 trillion to deficits. Obviously, the tariff revenue cuts into that pretty substantially.
Well, and look, Maria, that as we talked about at the top of this segment, we're seeing this capex boom. The CBO scoring is static. It's no matter what you do, you raise taxes, you lower taxes, you grow 1.8%. I think we're going to see by the fourth quarter, first quarter next year, I think we're going to see growth numbers with a 3 in front of them, and we're going to see this AI productivity boom start kicking in. So the important thing here is we're going to have high growth, but it's going to be non-inflationary.
Great point. I want to take a break and come back, ask you about the Federal Reserve. Stay right there, Secretary. We pick up the discussion right after this. Welcome back. 1789 Capital founder Omid Malik's company, Colombier Acquisitions, acquiring online firearm retailer Grab a Gun. And after a SPAC merger, the company will go public today under the ticker symbol PEW, Pew. Colombier expecting more than $179 million in gross proceeds at the closing bell tonight, if not more. Joining me now is 1789 Capital founder Omid Malik, along with Trump Organization Executive Vice President and 1789 Capital partner Donald Trump Jr. Gentlemen, congratulations from the New York Stock Exchange. So nice to have you with us.
Thank you, Maria.
Yeah, and you're about to ring the opening bell to take your company public, Grab a Gun. Omid, one thing that you've noted is that this is one of the most successful SPAC deals because you haven't seen any redemptions, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Maria. When we came on your show to announce this deal, as you recall, in January, I told you that we found one of the best businesses in this space that was making about $100 million a year, was already profitable, but we were going to do 3 things. We were going to take them public on the New York Stock Exchange, check. We were going to deliver them $170 million, which we did, check. We didn't get any redemptions. Usually these things have like 99% redemptions. We had 0%. And that's because the people support what we're doing, supporting the Second Amendment, which is what, as you know, Don and I have been doing for the last 5 years, is bringing these kinds of products to the people that believe in them and allowing them to make their own decisions to support things that have been stifled. And then finally, we were going to make this company a household name, and I think we've done that. So we're thrilled that we were able to partner with Grab a Gun and get them public today here in your old stomping grounds.
Yeah, so let me ask you about that, Don. Grab a Gun. I mean, what are you going to do with the money raised? How do you allocate that money when all is said and done?
Well, this is a little bit, this is my backyard. This is my wheelhouse. And so I think they're going to take that money, use it to acquire other companies in the space, people that have done great jobs, but perhaps don't have that ability to grow the same way. So I see it as a great consolidating effort in the gun space to be able to come back to the New York Stock Exchange and actually take a gun company public. Feels like such a vindication of all of the insanity, all of the woke nonsense that we've been watching and facing for the last decade in America. And so I think it's an ultimate triumphant return. So we're just super excited about the opportunity.
And in terms of growth of Grab a Gun, Don, where is that going? What's the overall growth strategy at the company? What do you want to do?
Listen, the reality, we're going to use a tech platform, a tech stack that's really going to be able to perform better than anyone else. When you look at the people who are now buying guns, people buy everything online. Everything's a click away. We're actually enabling so many people to not have to go into the gun store the way they had for women and young people that are getting into the game. That's a little bit more intimidating than someone that's a little bit more of an old hand going into that. For them to be able to buy things the way they buy everything brings everyone else into this market. That's going to be super exciting. Obviously, you have to go through your federal firearms license and all of the other things because there's a lot of misnomers about how that happens. But we're excited about being able to open up this space. And over the last few years, we've seen the reasons that people want to be able to defend themselves and exercise their Second Amendment rights. So being able to do that as well as capitalize this company is a great honor and something I'm really proud of. Well, and by the way, Maria, it's a huge TAM. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
It's a $25 billion TAM, and it's been suppressed. So what we're doing here with this transaction is unleashing the desire for people
that already exists now. You have 1 out of every 2 households in America has a firearm. We have a Second Amendment right. Yet private actors, often at the behest of the federal government, have been suppressing that right. And so what Don and I have done is circumvented those gatekeepers who are self-appointed and have allowed an industry to grow the way it should be able to.
Yeah.
And that's really the ethos of everything we do.
Well, you're right. And I think, John, you made the right point. I mean, it is a sign of the times that your company called Grab a Gun can be where it is today in terms of success and going public on the New York Stock Exchange. It's huge. But it is becoming something that people want to understand more about and protect themselves. I was taking gun lessons myself over the last couple of years, and I'm glad that I did, because I needed to understand the basics. And it's important for most people to understand the basics of handling a gun safely. One issue that President Trump campaigned on included pushing DEI out of all aspects of American life. Don, you mentioned that a minute ago. He's succeeding in that. Omid and Don, you say you're investing in the companies who've been sidelined by woke capitalism, right?
Well, our entire business thesis, and we've been doing it before it became popular, before others jumped back in and said, well, maybe there's a way to make a profit. We did this when other people wouldn't even look at these companies, when essentially half of the nation was totally ostracized. They were either debanked, they were de-insured, they were de-everything. And so we took a contrarian approach to everything that was going on, and we wanted to fund these great American businesses, make sure they had the same opportunity, and really democratize the capital markets. And that's what we're doing with all of this. You see a lot of other people trying to jump on, again, for a quick buck or a profit, but those people turned their backs on these very ideas, our very freedoms, for the last decade. I think we actually have incredible credibility with these people that we are there. We're doing it for real. We were doing it when it wasn't expedient, when it wasn't popular, when frankly people thought we were nuts to do it. But these are fundamental rights that we're there to protect, and that's the thesis of 1789 Capital. It's the year of the Bill of Rights. That's what we believe in, and that's what we're going to support.
We're not going to stop, by the way. We're just getting warmed up. I mean, I would just say, if you look at what we did 2 years ago, basically to the day, we ensured transactional freedom with Public Square when we rang the bell. As you know, you covered that as well, and that was allowing people to buy goods from American companies and also process payments in areas like the Second Amendment that have also been deplatformed. And then now we're going and protecting things like the Second Amendment. His father protected the First Amendment with True Social and taking the public. And the next thing that we're looking at is we want to reindustrialize the United States. Everything that his father is doing in government, we need more private sector leaders stepping up and complementing that effort. And I think today, with the listing of Pew, does that, I think, exquisitely.
Let me move on to the crypto space, because, Don, the House is expected to vote again today on the landmark cryptocurrency bills to boost America's digital dominance. They failed to advance the bills to the debate stage yesterday, and the president met with a number of holdouts. He wrote on Truth Social, after a short discussion, they have all agreed to vote tomorrow morning in favor of the rule. The Speaker of the House was at the meeting via telephone. He looks forward to taking the vote as early as possible. Got the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, and the Anti-Central Bank Digital Currency Surveillance State Act, all to create a more structured and transparent digital market. Don, what do you want to say to the Democrats in the Senate who right now are demanding that there are ethics protections for crypto that would probably impact your crypto endeavors, the family's crypto endeavors, Don?
Well, listen, I imagine the reason the Democrats want regulation on crypto is they want control. We want to democratize finance. I think that's what crypto is doing. We got involved in cryptocurrencies, not necessarily because we were on the leading edge of that. We got on that because we were debanked. We couldn't get loans. We couldn't get people to call us back. The reality is, I said conventional finance. When I was a real estate guy in New York, there wasn't a single person that I couldn't call on any given day to get a loan for a building. We got political, and all of a sudden those went away. You couldn't get a loan for your home. It was phony. You realize that you were just the top of a big Ponzi scheme, which was the conventional banking system. And so what we're doing with World Liberty Finance and a decentralized finance platform, what we're doing with American Bitcoin, both from a store of value as well as trading on conventional finance and re-upping that game. We're democratizing finance. Democrats are against that because they want control. They want to have that power. They don't want people to be able to do what they want with their money. And that's a fundamental tenet. It's why they lost so much of big tech, because the second they lost any kind of control, all of a sudden the people that funded them for years were persona non grata. It's very typical for the Democrats to be doing something like that. And it's exactly why I think so many Americans are excited about the future. The reality is this is going to be the future of finance. It should be domiciled in America. Before this, We were giving the world every excuse to create trillions of dollars of value offshore. We want to bring that back in America. We want to create the guardrails that allows that to be done properly in America, where finance belongs.
No, it's a good point, and it's the point that Paul Atkins made, this SEC chairman, when he joined me just a few weeks ago. But look, the Democrats are still scrambling to unite and find a message. I mean, you've got Mamdani running around and the leading candidate for the mayor of New York. You know, what do you think he would say to see you guys up there right now in terms of, the face of capitalism?
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm sure he'd have an issue with that, but I think the Democrats are frankly more concerned about making sure that men can play in women's sports. So I don't really take anything they say all that seriously.
Oh, Omid, let's wrap this up on your thoughts on the growth story of Grab a Gun. What kind of growth levels should investors expect?
Well, look, I think Don touched on it, but I think what people need to understand now that we've had this successful transaction is what does the future look like? I've already established to you that this is a massive TAM, that there's a ton of demand for it. But what the problem has been with it is that it's been stifled. So you needed an incumbent to step up who's actually well capitalized. And now we had that finally, a company with hundreds of millions on its balance sheet, that's public, has that currency, can now go around and be that consolidator. I'm thrilled that not only do they have a good leadership team, but you should check out their new board, which includes Don. They're going to be the repository for every one of these companies. There are dozens upon dozens of profitable, great businesses that are looking for a home.
Yeah.
Grab-A-Gun can now be that consolidator for an entire industry, and I'm thrilled about that. And you'll see that, I think, hopefully in the share price today.
Well, I've got to tell you, I mean, we are at a moment in time right now where the growth is incredible when you look at so many pockets of the economy. And Don, you're living it with your crypto ventures. We just had the CEO of CoreWeave on, and he said he has never seen the kind of environment that he's seen right now. Whereas the amount of scale that is needed to actually meet the demand because of AI and so many other areas that are growth stories. So it certainly feels like the future is bright with regard to these new businesses.
Very much so. And once they get the energy supply to be able to handle all the things going on in AI, crypto, we're on the leading edge of all of that right now. And again, that should be here in America. We should be the leaders of that, and that's going to fuel our future.
Yeah, and last thing I'd say, Maria, is what we're doing is we're taking something that has been done in every other industry, and we're bringing it to guns. So remember, you've seen what happened with companies like Chewy, with pet food, with Wayfair, with furniture, and obviously with Amazon, which is the king of it. But why wouldn't you have that in a place with guns as well, which is as big as it is? They should also enter the 21st century. So that's what we've done with Grab-A-Gun.
People want to make sure that the safety and security of handling a gun is also embedded in this. Because the name Grab a Gun, Don, I mean, is there any, have you heard criticism? I mean, the critics say, it's a bit cavalier when talking about a firearm.
Listen, everyone has their opinions on that. The reality, you go through your federal firearms license. The reality is most people just don't understand how that process actually works. There's all these sound bites that have been pushed by the mainstream media that has been very anti-Second Amendment for decades that actually have no bearing in truth and reality. So again, if you're ordering a gun online, it's going to a federal firearms license holder. It gets picked up there. That's where your background checks happen. Now, if you're ordering ammunition or targets or other accessories, that can be shipped to your door like anything else. So again, any of that confusion is generally based on just a total lack of understanding of how these things really work. That's carried a lot of weight because the media repeats the narrative, but like most narratives, we all understand that just because they say it doesn't mean it's true.
I'm glad that you laid that out, Don. Very well done. Great to see you, gentlemen. We'll be watching you ring the opening bell in about 40 minutes time. We'll see you soon. Donald Trump Jr. and Omid Malik. We'll be right back. Welcome back. President Trump vowing to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. The president's team making good on those promises, including Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Paul Atkins, who is pushing to make cryptocurrency more available to the everyday investor, focusing on blockchain as well as deregulating the financial markets. We want to talk with the chairman in his first television interview since his confirmation as chairman of the SEC. Paul Atkins joins me right now. Mr. Chairman, thanks so much for spending the time with us.
Well, thank you, Maria. It's great to be with you again. Thanks.
And, we've spoken so much on this program about how Gary Gensler's Securities and Exchange Commission really handicapped growth and strangled markets because of so many rules and regulations. Let's start off with your priorities. How do you want the SEC to look different in 4 years? And what are you focused on most right now?
Oh, well, thanks, Maria. Well, it really is a new day at the SEC. What we're going to be doing is focusing on making rules of the road understandable and clear for people. And one of those areas is digital assets, cryptocurrencies and whatnot. And so we're working with our counterparts on the Hill and in the White House and at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to do just that. And the good thing is, two of my colleagues as commissioners used to work for me as a commission when I was a commissioner about 15 or so years ago, and they got a head start right after inauguration to focus on crypto markets and crypto assets. Hester Peirce is leading a task force on that, and Mark Ueda is focusing on other priorities as well. So the getting the rules of the road for in the digital asset space clear and for innovation to go forward here in the United States has been stymied for too long. And we're focusing on capital formation, the IPO markets, and have been have not been as robust as they have been, say, 20 or more years ago, and that's again because of many issues, regulation, and litigation issues, and that sort of thing have discouraged people from going into the markets. And then finally, in the marketplace itself, the exchanges and trading rules have need to be brought back to basics, and there's too much opportunity for gamesmanship in those particular aspects. So those issues, I think, will get us back to a robust and a marketplace that will be servicing investors ultimately for the best and helping American economy to grow and start and create jobs.
Yeah, that is a wonderful list. And I want to go through some of those because one of the issues with regard to the crypto developers and the overall market was almost too many players overseeing things, right? I mean, and there was
On how do you make that distinction? This is one of the confusing points that's led to litigation, led to regulation by enforcement, all under the Biden administration, where Gary Gensler, then the SEC chairman, said, just come in and register. All the existing laws work just fine. The answer is they don't. We've created a fit for purpose framework that we call the Clarity Act, which makes that determination. It will allow innovation to come back to the U.S. It will give consumers full protection on what's a good digital asset and what's a bad digital asset in terms of who's offering it, how they're regulated, how they can exchange it, how they can keep it in their digital wallet or with a custodian.
So, Mr. Chairman, in that vein of simplifying the oversight, would you support a merger of the SEC and the CFTC?
Well, Maria, that's a great question. I will do whatever Congress decides, obviously, on that, the Congress and the president. There is the lines are not clear, unfortunately, and for many years that stymied the innovation of new products. I mean, going back 20 or 30 years. So I look forward for Brian Quintenz to be confirmed and appointed as chairman of the CFTC. He's a great guy. I think we can really work together very closely. And so let's see how things go. But whatever Congress and the president decide with respect to the agencies, I would support.
I mean, you made a comment recently about helping lots of industries in terms of the blockchain. People don't understand the impact, but it is broad. And we talked before this interview about, for example, the auto industry in terms of how to create growth and make things move better, more progress with regard to the blockchain. Can you walk us through how things can get better in that regard?
Great question. So this is more than just cryptocurrencies. The innovation and the potential use cases of the blockchain and distributed ledger technology, I think, is really great. So, for example, for car titles and other evidence of ownership, to put it on a transparent type of platform such as a blockchain can save a lot of money and make things much more efficient and less costly for governments, for ultimately for taxpayers and consumers alike. So those sorts of things. Bernie Moreno, who's a great senator from Ohio, in fact, did that before he was a senator, for example. So there's so many ways, I think, that if we can bring clarity to this area so that lawyers can advise their clients as to what is proper to do and not, and what they have to do. Things have been so unclear, and like Chairman Hill was just saying, that in the past the SEC has invited people to come in, but there are a lot of stories that as people came in to talk to the SEC, they either got no answers, or even worse, by the time they got home, they might have had a subpoena in their post office mailbox or on the doorstep to respond, in an enforcement context. So those sorts of things, we're already changing them, and our goal is to have good rules of the road, good guide rails, so that people know what they can do to go forward. I think we have the authority to do that. I'm hoping that these two bills, the Clarity Act and the Genius Act, will make it through Congress and to the president's desk, and that he'll sign them. But in the meantime, we will go forth and help to bring clarity to these markets.
And in a similar vein, needs clarity in the IPO market. There's a bit of a broken situation there, even though we've just seen a couple of successful IPOs. But you say you want to get more IPOs to the market. How do you do that? What are the priorities there?
Well, again, I think part of it is just the whole atmosphere in the marketplace there for IPOs. There are a lot of impediments or ways that people are discouraged from becoming a public company, and one of those is the litigation threat. Secondly, is just the whole cost of going public with, trying to put your documents in order and then go through, the whole process. And then third is once you become public, there are many issues, among which is corporate governance and securities or shareholder proposals and that sort of thing, that makes it very just costly to be able to be a public company. So those sorts of things I think we can address in the upcoming months and years ahead to bring, again, sort of certainty to people and have the rules of the road such that there's not a lot of excess costs to doing that. Because right now, a lot of it is there's a lot of private capital out there and private equity firms and elsewhere that have, make it so that people don't need to go to the public markets to raise capital for their new property, plant, or equipment. And so we intend to try to change that.
Yeah, and in fact, either they don't need to come to the public markets or they'll go to another public market, right? We're seeing some businesses go to Dubai and other areas of the Mideast. We're seeing them go to Asia as well. So there's that. International markets are getting the business over America in some regard. And you mentioned the proxy advisory firms. I mean, some people are saying that that's contributing to the decline in public companies, which have decreased from 7,300 in 1996 to 4,000 today. What can be done in terms of a regulatory clampdown on some of these proxy advisory firms that have tremendous influence over shareholders and shareholder decisions?
Well, that's a whole nother discussion that we could have, another time, because it's just there are a lot of different factors that play into that. But let's just say one is that there should be rules that focus on the conflicts of interest of these particular firms and how they do operate. And then secondly, I think we have to focus on issues from the perspective of the asset managers who are operating in that area. They also need to be clear as to, are they interfering or trying to influence corporate governance of public companies when they're supposed to be passive, and how they're getting their advice and how they're doing their voting, because they're using other people's money in some cases here in the past several years to maybe not be in the best interests of their investors, but more in their own parochial interests. So
it's such
we
a
will
great
take a
issue
look
to
at
take
that.
on. Yeah, it's such a great issue to take on, Mr. Chairman. Look, I've got to ask you about our adversary, China. In the middle of this conflict in the Middle East, you see China once again undermining the United States, and they undermine the U.S. on so many levels at a time that we've got about, 200 or 300 companies listed on exchanges, but some might say as many as 5,000 Chinese stocks that are actually traded, including A shares. This is a great opportunity for the Chinese Communist Party to get itself funded by American investors. So I wonder your thoughts on some of these companies that are traded and listed on our exchanges. And by the way, some of them have already been sanctioned. Some of them are on blacklisted, blacklists of the United States. What are your thoughts on this? Do you believe that there is room for the United States to pull that economic lever to push back at communist China and stop the funding by American citizens and American investors of the Communist Party of China?
Well, Maria, again, there are a lot of issues there in that area. But first of all, we've taken the first steps here already to address some of the issues around what we call foreign private issuers. That means ostensibly private companies in Chinese sense, but others as well, who use the United States as their major trading area for their securities, even though they are headquartered and have their official corporate side of incorporation elsewhere. And so in the old days, the SEC has given a much more flexibility to foreign private issuers to list in the U.S. and trade here. But the idea was that they had a robust system of regulatory framework elsewhere. There are a lot of instances now that we've seen where there are many companies who are traded mainly here, and this is their situs of regulatory oversight over their securities, but they get these special dispensations that are not, so they're not treated just like American companies. So we've just issued a request for comment and on that, and we will be focusing on that here in the coming months to, I think, straighten that out and make sure that companies who are listed and traded here are overseen properly by the SEC. And we'll look at, obviously, we're looking all the time at fraud that goes on and pump and dump schemes. There was one that was in the papers just today about a Chinese company there. So those sorts of things are what we don't want to hear about, obviously, and what we will take very firm and swift action to address.
Oh, and I know you will. I mean, we've spoken years ago on your incredible work regarding Enron, and I want to applaud you on your work there. But, Mr. Chairman, we've been talking about the big, beautiful bill this morning. And, of course, we are about 2 weeks away from the actual deadline in the Senate. Are there areas of that bill that you want to mention in terms of also aligning with your goals for a better backdrop for American investors today?
Well, obviously, what they're doing in Congress and what the president has asked for, hopefully will be good for the economy. I think it will be, and bolster because the underlying economy obviously affects the securities markets. There's one aspect there that has been inserted that I think is, it speaks towards regulatory rationality and trying to lower costs, and that's focusing on the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board there to fold that into the SEC. The PCAOB is overseen by the SEC, and there have been questions as to whether or not we can handle that aspect of what that particular agency does. I think we can, and we would be able to incorporate people from that agency and do it probably more efficiently, less costly, ultimately for the investor who pays, of course, for regulatory types of operations. So that part doesn't concern me. But anyway, we'll leave that to Congress to decide what to do. But I look forward to working with them and to digging into all these issues.
Mr. Chairman, what an incredible opportunity for you to oversee the deepest and most liquid markets in the world, the envy of the world, the U.S. public markets. I just real quick on private companies. I'm hearing increasing interest in terms of ordinary investors wanting to invest in private companies. Is that on your list of priorities?
Yes, that's we will be addressing that as well. There's a lot of demand from both sides, from the investor side, and then obviously from the folks who are putting these products together. But it has to be done in a proper way. There have to be very clear guardrails around that to protect investors.
Mr. Chairman, it's great to have you. I know you've got so much on your plate. We so appreciate you walking through all of these complex issues with us, sir. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much.
Paul Atkins is the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. We'll be right back.
Here, and you can really feel the remarkable energy. And it is with my great pleasure that I have the opportunity to welcome to the stage our distinguished speaker, Scott Bessent, who is the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Treasury. On January 28th, 2025, Scott Bessent was sworn in as the 79th Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. As Secretary, Mr. Bessent is responsible for the U.S. Treasury's wide-ranging mission to maintain a strong economy, foster economic growth, and create job opportunities for all Americans by promoting the conditions that enable prosperity at home and abroad, as well as managing the U.S. government's finances. He is also responsible for strengthening U.S. national security by combating economic threats and protecting the financial system. Mr. Bessent has been in the global investment management business for 40 years, visiting 60 countries, interacting with international leaders and central bankers. He is regarded as a currency and fixed income specialist. Mr. Bessent is also a frequent contributor to economic journals and business publications. Secretary Bessent will deliver keynote remarks followed by an in-conversation session with Tim Adams, who will join the Secretary on stage shortly after. Secretary Bessent, the stage is yours.
Good, thank you. Excuse me. Good, and thank you for that kind introduction. It's an honor to be here. In the final months of World War II, Western leaders convened the greatest economic minds of their generation. Their task? To build a new financial system. At a quiet resort high up in the mountains of New Hampshire, they laid the foundation for Pax Americana. The architects of Bretton Woods recognized that a global economy required global coordination. To encourage that coordination, they created the IMF and the World Bank. These twin institutions were born after a period of intense geopolitical and economic volatility. The purpose of the IMF and the World Bank was to better align national interests with international order, thereby bringing stability to an unstable world. In short, their purpose was to restore and preserve balance. This remains the purpose of the Bretton Woods institutions. Yet everywhere we look across the international system today, we see imbalance. The good news, it doesn't have to be this way. My goal this morning is to outline a blueprint to restore equilibrium to the global financial system and the institutions designed to uphold it. I have spent the bulk of my career from the outside looking in on financial policy circles. Now I am on the inside looking out. I am eager to work with each of you to restore order to the international system. To achieve this, however, we must first reconstruct the IMF and World Bank reconnect the IMF and the World Bank with their founding missions. The IMF and World Bank have enduring value, but mission creep has knocked these institutions off course. We must enact key reforms to ensure the Bretton Woods institutions are serving their stakeholders, not the other way around. Bringing balance back to global finance will require clear-eyed leadership from the IMF and World Bank. This morning, I will explain how they can provide that leadership to build safer, stronger, and more prosperous economies all around the world. I wish to invite my international counterparts to join us in working toward these goals. On this point, I wish to be clear. America first does not mean America alone. To the contrary, it is a call for deeper collaboration and mutual respect among trade partners. Far from stepping back, America First seeks to expand U.S. leadership in international institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. By embracing a stronger leadership role, America First seeks to restore fairness to the international economic system. Nowhere is the imbalance I mentioned earlier more obvious than in the world of trade. That's why the United States is taking action now to rebalance global commerce. For decades, successive administrations relied on faulty assumptions that our trading partners would implement policies that would drive a balanced global economy. Instead, we face the stark reality of large and persistent U.S. deficits as a result of an unfair trading system. Intentional policy choices by other countries have hollowed out America's manufacturing sector and undermined our critical supply chains, putting our national and economic security at risk. President Trump has taken strong actions to address these imbalances and the negative impacts they have on Americans. The status quo of large and persistent imbalances is not sustainable. It is not sustainable for the United States, and ultimately, it is not sustainable for other economies. Now, I know sustainability is a popular term around here, but I'm not talking about climate change or carbon footprints. I'm talking about economic and financial stability, the kind of sustainability that raises standards of living and keeps markets afloat. International financial institutions must be singularly focused on upholding this kind of sustainability if they are to succeed in their missions. In response to President Trump's tariff announcements, more than 100 countries have approached us, wanting to help rebalance global trade. These countries have responded openly and positively to the president's actions to create a more balanced international system. We are engaged in meaningful discussions and look forward to talking with others. China in particular is in need of a rebalancing. Recent data shows the Chinese economy tilting even further away from consumption toward manufacturing. China's economic system, with growth driven by manufacturing exports, will continue to create even more serious imbalances with its trading partners if the status quo is allowed to continue. China's current economic model is built on exporting its way out of its economic troubles. It's an unsustainable model that is not only harming China, but the entire world. China needs to change. The country knows it needs to change. Everyone knows it needs to change, and we want to help it change because we need rebalancing too. China can start by moving its economy away from export overcapacity and towards supporting its own consumers and domestic demand. Such a shift would help with global rebalancing that the world desperately needs. Of course, trade is not the only factor in broader global economic imbalances. The persistent over-reliance on the United States for demand is resulting in an ever more unbalanced global economy. Some countries' policies encourage excess savings, which holds back private sector-led growth. Others keep wages artificially depressed, which also suppresses growth. These practices contribute to global dependence on U.S. demand to spur growth. They also lead to a global economy that is weaker and more vulnerable than it should be. In Europe, former ECB President Mario Draghi has identified several sources of stagnation, and he has outlined several recommendations to get the European economy back on the right track. European countries would do well to take his recommendations to heart. Europe has already taken some long overdue initial steps that I applaud. These steps create a new source of global demand and also involve Europe stepping up on the security front. I believe global economic relationships should come to reflect security partnerships. Security partners are more likely to have compatible economies structured for mutually beneficial trade. If the United States continues offering security guarantees and open markets, then our allies must step up with stronger commitments to shared defense. The initial actions from Europe on increased fiscal and defense spending are proof that the Trump administration's policies are indeed working. The Trump administration and the U.S. Treasury are committed to maintaining and expanding U.S. economic leadership in the world. This is especially true at the international financial institutions. The IMF and World Bank serve critical roles in the international system, and the Trump administration is eager to work with them so long as they can stay true to their missions. And under the status quo, they are falling short. The Bretton Woods institutions must step back from their sprawling and unfocused agendas, which have stifled their ability to deliver on their core mandates. Going forward, the Trump administration will leverage U.S. leadership and influence at these institutions and push them to accomplish their very important mandates. The United States will also demand that the management and staffs of these institutions be accountable for demonstrating real progress. I invite all of you to join us in working to refocus these institutions on their core missions. It is in our collective interest to do so. The IMF. First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies like competitive exchange rate depreciation. These are crucially important functions to support the US and global economies. Instead, the IMF has suffered from mission creep. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. These issues are not the IMF's mission. And the IMF's focus in these areas is crowding out its work on critical macroeconomic issues. The IMF must be a brutal truth teller and not just to some members. Today, the IMF has been whistling past the graveyard. Its 2024 external sector report was entitled Imbalances Receding. This Pollyannish outlook is symptomatic of an institution more dedicated to preserving the status quo than answering the hard questions. Here in the United States, we know we need to get our fiscal house in order. The last administration ran up the largest peacetime deficit in our nation's history. The current administration is committed to fixing this. We are open to critique, but we will not abide the IMF failing to critique the countries that most need it, principally surplus countries. In line with its core mandate, the IMF needs to call out countries like China that have pursued globally distorted policies and opaque currency practices for many decades. I also expect the IMF to call out unsustainable lending practices by certain creditor countries. The IMF should push more proactively official bilateral lenders to come to the table early to work with borrower countries to minimize periods of debt distress. the IMF must refocus its lending on addressing balance of payment problems, and its lending should be temporary. When done responsibly, IMF lending is at the very core of its contribution to the global economy. When markets fail, the IMF steps in and makes resources available. In exchange, countries implement economic reforms to resolve their balance of payments issues and support economic growth. The reforms undertaken during these programs are some of the IMF's most important contributions to a strong, sustainable, and balanced global economy. Argentina is a fitting example. I was in Argentina earlier this month to demonstrate the United States support for the IMF efforts to help the country reset financially. Argentina deserves the IMF support because the country is making real progress toward meeting financial benchmarks, but not every country is so deserving. The IMF must hold countries accountable for implementing economic reforms, and sometimes the IMF needs to say no. The organization has no obligation to lend to countries that fail to implement reforms. Economic stability and growth should be the markers of the IMF's success, not how much money the institution lends out. World Bank. Like the IMF, the World Bank must be made fit for purpose again. The World Bank Group helps developing countries grow their economies, reduce poverty, increase private investment support, private sector job creation, and reduce dependence on foreign aid. It offers transparent and affordable long-term financing for countries to invest in their own development priorities. The bank, along with the fund, provides extensive technical support to promote debt sustainability among low-income countries, which empowers those countries to stand up to coercive and opaque lending terms from other creditors. These core functions of the World Bank complement the Trump administration's efforts to foster safer, stronger, and more prosperous economies in the United States and the world. But the bank, like the IMF, has strayed in certain respects from its initial mission. The bank should no longer expect blank checks for vapid, buzzword-centric marketing accompanied by half-hearted commitments to reform. As the bank returns to its core mission, it must use its resources as efficiently and effectively as possible. And it must do so in ways that demonstrate tangible values for all member countries. The bank can use its resources more efficiently now by focusing on increasing energy access. Business leaders the world over identify unreliable power supply as one of the primary impediments to investment. The World Bank and African Development Bank's joint Mission 300 initiative to expand energy access to 300 million more people in Africa is a welcome effort. But the World Bank must respond to countries' energy priorities and needs and focus on dependable technologies that can sustain economic growth rather than seek to meet distortionary climate finance targets. We applaud the recent announcement that the World Bank will seek to remove prohibitions on support for nuclear energy, which could revolutionize energy supply for many emerging markets. We encourage the bank to go further in giving countries access to all technologies that can provide affordable baseload generation. The World Bank must be tech neutral and prioritize affordability in energy investment. In most cases, this means investing in gas and other fossil fuel-based energy production. In other cases, this may mean investing in renewable energy coupled with systems to help manage the intermittency of wind and solar. The history of humanity teaches a simple lesson. Energy abundance sparks economic abundance. That's why the bank should encourage an all-of-the-above approach to energy development. Such an approach will make World Bank financing more effective, and it will reconnect the bank to its core mission of economic growth and poverty alleviation. In addition to increasing energy access, the World Bank can use its resources more effectively by starting to apply its graduation policy. This would allow the bank to focus on lending to poorer, less creditworthy countries. This is where World Bank support makes the biggest difference for poverty and growth. Instead, the World Bank continues to lend every year to countries that have met the criteria to graduate from World Bank borrowing. There is no justification for this continued lending. It siphons off resources from higher priorities and crowds out the development of private markets. It also disincentivizes countries' efforts to move away from dependency on the World Bank and toward job-rich, private sector-led growth. Going forward, the bank must set firm graduation timelines for countries that have long since met the graduation criteria. Treating China, the second largest country in the world, as a developing country is absurd. While it has been at the expense of many Western markets, China's rise has been rapid and impressive. If China wants to play a role in the global economy commensurate with its actual importance, then the country needs to graduate up. We welcome that. The World Bank should also implement transparent procurement policies based on best value. It must help countries move away from procurement approaches that prioritize only the lowest cost bids. Such procurement policies reward distortive and subsidized industrial policies that undermine development. They may also stifle the private sector and incentivize corruption and collusion and result in greater long-term costs. Procurement policies based on best value are better from both an efficiency and development perspective, and their robust implementation will benefit the bank and its shareholders. Related to this subject, I wish to send a strong, and I emphasize strong, message about procurement policies as regards Ukraine. No one who financed or supplied the Russian war machine will be eligible for funds earmarked for Ukraine's reconstruction. No one. To conclude, I invite our allies to work with us as we rebalance the international financial system, refocus the IMF and World Bank on their founding charters. America First means we are doubling down on our engagement with the international economic system, including at the IMF and the World Bank. A more sustainable economic system will be one that better serves the interests of the United States and all the other participants in the system. We look forward to working with all of you in this endeavor. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us here today, and thank all of you for coming here today. I'm going to point out you have many great lines in this very meaty, comprehensive set of remarks, but you say, I wish to be clear, America First does not mean America alone. To the contrary, far from stepping back, you seek to expand U.S. leadership in international institutions like the IMF World Bank. I must say there's a collective sigh of relief across this town right now, because the concern coming into this week is that you were going to do exactly what you said you're not going to do, which is the U.S. would withdraw, but you want to lead. What you're asking for is simply getting back to factory settings, right? Focused approach, and deal with the issues that you see are most paramount, correct?
Correct. As I said in my confirmation hearings, I think U.S. engagement with the international financial and multilateral institutions, we should engage, and we should be in it to win it for the American people and for the rest of the countries and for the client countries.
20 years ago, a senior U.S. Treasury official gave a speech very similar to this, calling on the IMF and said the IMF was asleep at the wheel and dealing with imbalances. Hank Paulson started the strategic economic dialogue with the Chinese. Every Treasury Secretary since then have had an approach. So how will you do this differently? And how do you think that you'll proceed in this approach? What is your philosophy? What is your tools? And how will you execute on this?
Well, look, I think that our moves toward reordering the financial or trading system is a start. I think that today, as I reaffirm our engagement, but set up a list of core principles and back to basics for the institutions. And again, being from the private sector, we want to see results. And we want to see timelines that, as you and I were talking about backstage, global rebalancing has been a topic for more than 20 years. And it's, some countries may have a 100-year perspective. We don't.
Right. China obviously is an important part of this administration's foreign and economic policy. You'll be meeting with your Chinese counterparts. What will you tell them in the sense of how they obviously are aware that there's huge imbalances and manufacturing capacity is enormous, especially in things like automobiles. How will you help them understand that it's not just about talking, it's about executing?
Well, look, I don't think I have to help them understand. I think they understand very well. And it's just a matter of impetus and will. So I believe I first went to Japan in 1990, 91, within 12 months of the peak of the bubble. A decade of that unwind, a decade of malaise. And then in 2012, I ran across a fellow, 2011, who was running for prime minister named Shinzo Abe. And he knew that Japan needed change and implemented it very quickly. 10 years later, more than 10 years later, Japan has had a remarkable economic run. And I think that our Chinese counterparts that will come to this realization, and if some of our policies, sometimes it takes an external push. Right. Alternatively, what I have said previously, there is an opportunity for a big deal here, that the U.S. is looking to rebalance to more manufacturing. The identity of that would be less consumption. If China is serious on less dependence on export-led manufacturing growth and a rebalancing toward a domestic economy, I think they use the term dual circulation. Well, right now it's really singular circulation. And if they want to rebalance, let's do it together. This is an incredible opportunity. And I think if Bridgewater founder Ray Dalio were to write something, he could call it a beautiful rebalancing.
Indeed. But a big part of that will also be our own fiscal imbalance. And as you mentioned, we're running deficit 6% of GDP at the top of the cycle. Not sustainable, as you yourself have pointed out. How important is it to also address our fiscal imbalance as part of this larger rebalancing?
Well, it's very important that I think most people in this room are trained economists, and everyone knows that a trade deficit emanates from three things. External trade policies, which we are intent on addressing. And the external trade policies can be tariffs, non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and the state subsidy of labor and means of production. So terms of trade or trade regulation is one. Two is our budget deficit. So the larger our deficit, the more it creates a demand suck, also pushes up the interest rates. And then three, the level of the dollar. The US, we continue to have a strong dollar policy. and the dollar will adjust based on markets. Everyone asks me, well, what does a strong dollar mean? And to me, the strong dollar means having the policies in place to deserve capital flows and have confidence. But it doesn't mean that the price on the Bloomberg screen every day. And it also has different meanings in terms of bilateral the prices. So it's really three-pronged. But Tim, to your question, I have talked about we did not get here quickly with this spending. The U.S. does not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And I have suggested when I first met President Trump to talk about joining his campaign 2 years ago that we need to get back to a long-term sustainable budget deficit of something with a 3 in front of it, which works. We have 2% nominal growth or 2% inflation, projected 1.8% growth, which I think could be much higher if we implement our economic policies.
You reaffirmed the strong dollar policy first articulated by Bob Rubin. Valerie Giscard d'Estaing in the 1960s talked about the U.S. exorbitant privilege of the dollar. There are some in this town who question that privilege and actually see it as a burden. Do you see it as a privilege?
That the U.S. sits at the center of the global economy is enabled by the use of dollars, and that it's natural that the usage would come down over time. And I think that the U.S. will always, for my lifetime, be the reserve currency. I actually am not sure that anyone else wants it. I can't remember, one of the European officials said today, maybe it was Mr. De Guindos, I can't remember, said, oh, well, the euro could become a second reserve currency. Well, we've just had a substantial appreciation in the euro. For export economies, it's a lot of pressure. And look, I think that the reaffirming our belief in these international institutions is also part of that.
You mentioned the euro. You mentioned in your comments Mario Draghi's report from last year. There was the letter report. Before that, I've been spending a lot of time in Europe. There does seem to be a much more a buoyant atmosphere in Europe. They see this as an opportunity for them. I said something about a pastoral renaissance. I was heckled a bit, but I actually am pretty positive on Europe. Do you think this is an opportunity to shift some of that demand? The world has relied on U.S. final demand to shift some of that demand for Europe. Is this a positive time for Europe?
Look, I think it can be. And it wasn't in a straight line. It wasn't always the way a trained diplomat would have done. But I think we should all congratulate President Trump. He has done what a succession of European leaders have tried to do for the past 26 years, since the advent of the euro, that whether it's the French, the Italians, other European countries have tried to get Germany to increase their fiscal spend and drive the European economy. And that I applaud these nascent efforts because it's a combination. It's a combination of economic stimulus, and it is a combination of burden.
Ooh. Ah, what a day. Let's change that now. All right. Gonna be much better. Take a look. Guys, who speaks at 7:30 in the morning, bro? Bro, I don't look good.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened. We will make America great again.
Oh boy, what a time to be alive, especially in old sweet America. You guys are going to definitely enjoy this video. You might want to watch this one all the way through. We got a special, especially when it comes to these riots, ICE riders, anti-ICE, protesters. It's getting crazy, and I'm pretty sure you've seen what has taken place these last couple of months. It has been ridiculous, and especially in certain places, we're seeing shots fired. Shots fired on officers, officers attacked, assaulted, American flags being burnt, you know, people taking rocks and throwing the rocks through windshields and throwing the rocks at officers on freeways, highways, the tollway. Look at this. This is crazy. This is the madness that has taken place in this country because majority of America voted for this. Majority of America voted for mass deportations, to do things the right way. A new sheriff's in town. Majority of America, every single swing state, the popular vote. People that don't even get involved that got involved. Yeah, we want ICE. We want, you know, and look, people attacked, people bleeding, you know. There's been organizations, terrorist organizations, you know, against ICE, Antifas. They down there in Portland right now, standing in front of the ICE facility, storming the ICE facility. You know, crazy what's going on. Just look on the internet, and this is all you see, you know. But in today's video, and this is why you're probably going to enjoy it, you find out. You around and you find out. F around and find out is the motto, especially with this current administration. F around and find out. Yes, indeed. And this is finna get good. So let's go and jump into it. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Join the family. Let's jump into this. Yeah, y'all, I couldn't wait to get into this, man. And huge shout out to Julie for sending this over for me to react to and have fun with on today's show. But it is titled, ICE Riders Get Arrested in the Funniest Ways. Like I say, F around and find out. Majority of America spoke loud and clear. We send our prayers to law enforcement, our ICE, our agents, our first responders. They're just doing their jobs. A new sheriff's in town. Daddy's home. Daddy's back. And he's took off his belt. But what we had the last 4 years in this country was a complete disgrace. The biggest scandal. The biggest invasion. And now we got to clean up the mess. People spoke loud and clear. Let's go and enjoy this. Yeah, rioters got to be put with their hands behind their back. Such a beautiful thing.
Enjoying yourself?
You know,
Damn
covering
right.
everything.
Nothing better to do?
Honor your
oath. How about honor your oath, bitch? How about that? Honor your oath.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. You're supposed to get lost. You're supposed to get lost. This guy goes to jail.
This is honor your oath, B. Honor your oath. Beep. Man, I tell you, these riders got some nuts, boy.
He goes to jail. Let's go. Put your hands behind your back.
He going to jail. This is good. He going to jail. Yeah. You want to be big, bad, and tough? Look around and find out. Yeah, you going to jail. Yeah, this is good. You got to put your hands behind your back. Y'all want to talk big, bad, and tough? Yeah.
How about that? Honor your oath. Oh, there you go. supposed to get lost. He's supposed to get lost. This guy goes to jail. He goes to jail. Let's go.
He's gonna. It's good. This is good.
Big foul. He goes to jail. My glass. The fucking party's over, asshole.
Yep.
Make sure he's breathing.
Handcuffs. This is good. This is good.
I got it. Put your mouth machine. Now you're on your face. You broke my glasses, bro. Yeah, you're biting us. You should have left hours ago. Get a job. Punk ass.
Yeah, facts. A lot of y'all protesters, a lot of y'all terrorist organizations, terrorist groups, get y'all but a job. Seems like y'all out there past, even after the protest is over, y'all still standing out there. It's some of y'all still standing out there right now. Go get a job. Or you can self-deport. Y'all waving y'all flags. Y'all love y'all flags so much, go on, go back. And if you did it the right way, you don't got nothing to worry about. And if you didn't do it the right way, hey, I heard they giving out $1,000. That sounds good to me. They giving out $1,000. Yeah, they giving out $1,000, and then they give you a chance to come to do it the right way. That's like an unbeatable deal. That's like a 50% off the combo meal. And it come with an extra fry and drink. That's like 50% off the combo meal deal. Shit.
Now you go to jail. Let's go.
Name the back number. Name
Yeah, they got her good.
You're such a big man putting a girl. I'm looking 5'2" girl. 1 girl.
Yeah, we don't care if you're 5'2", 4'8", 5'1". We don't care, man. This is good. We like hand behind their back. This is good. Hands behind your back. You got to put your hands behind your back.
Like that. Don't touch me like that.
Y'all finna learn.
I'm not even good enough to touch you. I'm not fucking put it in the bag.
Put it in the bag. Put it in the bag. This is good. That's good right there.
We are, let me just be clear, we are looking at hundreds of people. We have video, we have FBI collecting video, we are collecting body cam, we're collecting social media, we're collecting everything. And we're going to take our time, we're going to identify people. They think the mask is saving them, it's not saving them.
These folks, and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of mask. I mean, it's not.
I remember we covered this.
Thank you for seeing this there. It looks like a bionic shield is what that's called.
Today, we execute a search warrant on the individual who was seen earlier this week distributing face shields to suspected rioters down in Los Angeles. It appears they're well orchestrated and coordinated.
Thought you could pull up in your Ford F-150 and then we not come get you. Yeah, you got to find out real quick. Y'all gonna find out real quick.
Coordinated and well funded, so we want to understand who these people are and where this organization is coming from. And today was one of those first arrests, the key arrests that we did.
Look at this. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is good. Make an example out of somebody. We got you. Yep. Yeah, you shut your mouth and you listen up, boy. Riding around in your Mercedes you bought off Facebook Marketplace, and y'all done switched the VIN and the VIN number out. You know, yeah, I know what y'all be doing. Y'all done stole it and switched the VIN number out. You know, riding around and then rebadged the car and all kind of stuff. Scamming mother.
No, not that. That was weird. That was what it's for. I had it, dude. There's people. It's on the news. It's on the news. Take the video you want.
Making it. Wait, let me see it again. Play it back in slow motion. This is good. Look at him. Thought he was big, bad, and tough, man. You see what these people are doing? Watch this. WWE style. Spear. Ah! That's that edge spear right there. I love a beautiful WWE spear. I love a beautiful WWE spear. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Make an example out of him. Yeah. Make an example out of him. Y'all want to be big, bad, and tough? Y'all want to be big, bad, and tough? We got to make an example out of you.
A large crowd quickly gathered to protest what they thought was an enforcement on undocumented immigrants. Now, a woman who was arrested protesting that day is shedding new light on what agents were really looking for. 27-year-old Isabel Lopez has been indicted on 4 counts, including obstructing, impeding, resisting, and assaulting officers. Authorities say that Lopez punched an FBI agent in the head, kicked and shoved other federal agents, and even threw a softball at the back of a Hennepin County deputy.
Prayers for these agents, our law enforcement out there on the streets daily doing their job, our first responders. These people are crazy, man. Lunatics, you know. This is absolutely just ridiculous, man. But I'm glad to see mug shots, handcuffs, people walked out. It's a beautiful thing. Y'all gonna find out real quick. Real quick, you want to be the Mr. Save a Day, Mrs. Save a Day, Mrs. Superhero? Think you're doing something big and bad? They're gonna make an example out y'all, but.
And what Lopez and others thought was an ICE raid was actually part of a criminal investigation, one that yielded 900 pounds of methamphetamine. Multiple federal.
So they doing a full investigation and found tons of drugs. And this and she thinking it's something else and got her butt caught up. I tell you, y'all, man, y'all are lunatics, man. They got something else going on, and y'all thinking it's this. They got a whole criminal investigation with drugs, and when y'all think ICE has showed up to take y'all off the streets.
Agencies executed search warrants at a number of locations. They are all connected to an investigation into drug trafficking, human trafficking, and money laundering. Officials say they recovered 900 pounds of meth from a Burnsville storage shed worth $22 to $25 million. Agents also seized gold-plated guns and portraits of Al Pacino's character from the movie Scarface. Lopez made an initial appearance in U.S. District Court. Remember, these are federal charges, and authorities say she will remain in custody pending a detention hearing.
So you can see there some of these demonstrators being taken away by Chicago PD.
Yeah, make an example. Make an example. Yeah, make an example. Yeah. Yeah, make an example out of somebody.
They have weapons of all kinds. We arrested a number of people last night for curfew violations. I think 14, and 3 out of the 14 were armed with weapons.
And Democrats say peaceful protest. It's all peaceful. as people are being assaulted, things are being stolen, things are set on fire. I tell you, they throwing bricks, busting out windshields, throwing bricks towards people, attempted murder. And then other protesters are arguing with other protesters. Now they fighting. I tell you, man, a disgrace. And Democrats say it was a peaceful protest. And then how CNN comes on. This CNN activist, Caitlin Collins.
Guns. And so when you look at that, what appears to be,
she don't care. She liked that this was going on. All CNN, the fake news media, they love that this is going on. So they can just say Trump is bad. Trump is bad. The big bad orange man caused all this.
one thing is something very different. We've seen in those backpacks that they'll have hammers, they'll break up curbstones and concrete bollards, break up into smaller pieces, which they'll then throw at police. They put them in backpacks and walk around like that. I've seen somebody today walk around with golf balls in a backpack. So all sorts of weapons, all very potentially dangerous. We've seen commercial grade fireworks being fired at our people with shrapnel being put in, from what I'm told.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Make an example out of him. Make an example out of him. I love to see hands behind their back.
One we are looking into about who is funding these insurrectionists and these rioters and these protesters and these illegal criminals. And I have updates for you on the numbers, by the way. Since June 6th, there have been 330 illegal aliens that have been arrested as part of these riots in Los Angeles.
Woo! Don't turn around, Dougie, for us. No. Yeah. Walk backwards. There it go. This is good. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's such a beautiful. Shout out to whoever recorded this footage. This is beautiful. Yeah, we got to walk y'all butt out. We got to walk y'all butt out. This is good. Yes, indeed. Put your hands on top of your head, behind your back. Yeah, buddy. Walk back. Do the Dougie for us. 2-step. Yeah, buddy. Look at this. Illegal immigrant charged with R-word assault, released back into our streets. I tell you, you just can't make this up, man. Y'all put his butt in handcuffs. Walk him out. Deport him. This big, nasty, disgusting scum. Thank you, ICE. Thank you. They released that scum back onto our streets. The locals put him back in the streets, and he didn't R-worded and assaulted. Just nasty, disgusting. And ICE came and picked his butt up. Good. Put his hands behind his back. I love it. This is beautiful. She says, y'all, please stop blocking traffic. Go get a job. Stop wasting time. Majority of America voted for this. They're doing their jobs. A new sheriff is in town. Daddy's home. Daddy's back in the big house. Please get y'all ignorant butt off the street, go home, or get a job. And if you ain't do it the right way and you're here illegally and you're a criminal, you're criminal and you've done, and then you've already committed crimes, I got some advice for you. They're giving out $1,000 to self-deport. If you haven't already come to conclusions, they're giving out $1,000. It sounds like a great deal to me. But when you go through that checkpoint, they might just arrest you, but put you on the plane. So I would think wisely.
No, you're not going to. How is this a peaceful protest if there's nothing to do? No, it's not.
How do you feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care?
Something is wrong with liberals. Something is wrong with liberals, man. You know, especially these liberals with the man buns. I tell you, it's something wrong with the man bun liberals. Them man bun liberals is dangerous. I'm telling you. Some really be thrown off. They be thrown the hell off.
About stopping black people from going to work?
Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
What's so funny? What's so funny that you're fucking laughing? It's funny that they're taking our fucking families. That's funny to you?
There's people dying out there because we're here.
She said, you think it's funny that they're taking our families? Your family should have did it the right way. Yeah.
There's people dying out there.
Look, y'all waving y'all own flags. Take y'all butt back in. Nobody feels sorry for y'all, man. Nobody feels sorry for y'all. Y'all burning the American flag, waving y'all little weak flag. Take y'all butt back.
As long as you feel okay, imperialist state, that's all you know what that even means. Yes, bitch, I'm in college. Imperialist state. How the fuck do you know what?
You say, yes, I'm in college. I tell you. And they ought to defund the colleges, I tell you. The college scam. Y'all ain't learning nothing. They ought to defund the colleges. The educational system it has long been gone.
Fucking we are. What do you think about America? The definition, they can spend you with territory all the way to military, either economically, either militarily. No, the definition. Are you fucking dead? You want to read a book? I'll give you like 30 books to check them out.
This is the foolishness they got to deal with every single day. Hey, I tell you, man. Prayers for law enforcement and these agents. These people are ridiculous. And he threw a, I tell you, man, he threw an explosive at police during the riots. Look at this. This is crazy. He had a criminal record for theft and DUI. Not a surprise. Most of these protesters out there got rap sheets. You know. He tried to get away. Y'all make an example out of his butt. Go make an example out of him. Drag him out. Yeah, go get him. He was tracked and later got arrested. Y'all are a disgrace, man. I hope they deport all y'all.
Get out of the car! Get on your belly! Get on your belly!
We're trying to turn this around on me.
It's just before 6 p.m. in Alliance, Ohio. The police were called to a courthouse parking lot after a man reported a woman trying to block him from filing a police report.
You can roll the window down or I can pull you out. It's up to you.
Roll your window down or I'm going to pull you out. Roll your window down or I'm 48 headquarters. I'm going to need another car. Roll your window down. If you don't, okay, I am going to arrest you for obstructing. I am going to arrest you. I promise you I am. If you don't exit the vehicle, You're not touching me. If you don't exit the vehicle, I am arresting you. Hurry up and get here. You can call whoever you want. If they interfere, they're going to jail too. Come out of the car or you are under arrest.
He needs to stay away from me.
48 headquarters. Stay right here.
Okay.
Headquarters. So you were coming here to file a complaint, and she tried preventing you. How did she try to prevent you?
She's blocking me in. She's trying to.
Okay.
Back with the suspect, another officer looks to calm down the situation.
Get him away from me. Get him away from me now. They already beat me a couple weeks ago. Do not let him near me.
I'll be out with 48.
My foot's still. Do not let them near me.
Who? Who? These people?
Oh my! They just talk. They tackled me a week ago. Do not let them near me.
Okay. Why'd they tackle you a week ago?
Because I told them. Some dad's been trying to take my kid from me.
Okay.
He needs to stay away from me, please. We already made a police report. They're trying to make them shame me and not make me make a report.
Okay.
Stay away from me, please.
That shit in the bottle.
He's not letting my son talk.
Water.
Hold your son. Okay. Can you roll down the window a little bit?
She blocked my phone number.
Okay. Who is
My
this?
son's dad.
Okay.
I was just on the phone with the sheriff.
Okay.
And the sheriff said, you guys can't do anything since it's an alliance, but I don't trust you guys after that
Okay.
happened.
Okay.
He needs to give me my son.
If I'm able.
I asked them if I could talk to my son.
Okay.
See, that's my sister. Do not let him touch her. Do not let him touch her. Do not let him touch her.
He's not going to touch her.
Do not let him touch her. Stay with me.
Officers later identify the suspect, seen here as 31-year-old Kayla Ryder. And as you just heard, she has a visitor who tries to join in on the fun before this situation takes an unexpected turn.
This isn't your business. You go over there or you'll go to jail too. Go over there. You're going to jail too. What's your name?
Stay away from me.
Here's the deal. You can either come out of the car or I'm going to break out the window.
Why are you guys trying to arrest me?
I'm going to break out the window if you don't exit. No, you can go over there. If you don't back up, you're not standing behind us.
Okay, I'm not standing behind you.
No! .48 headquarters. She's trying to take off. We got a pursuit. She almost just struck Olivia. Now she's got the collar pinned in. No, stay the back. Get out of the car. 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 On the ground! On the ground! On the ground!
Get on the ground!
Face on your belly! Get on your belly! Get on your belly! Get on your Get on your belly! Get on your belly! Taser! Taser! Get on your belly! Taser!
Officers tase Kayla after she allegedly rammed into two cruisers and nearly hit an officer. Let's rewind and take a look from a different angle.
What ended up happening? What's happening?
Because they're trying to take me away again. Don't let them take me away. Keep him away from her. Keep him away from her.
Listen, your window's gonna break out. You're gonna come out.
Face on your belly. Get on your belly.
Get on your belly.
Get on your
Get
belly.
on your stomach.
Get on your
stomach.
Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Taser, taser. Get on your belly. Taser.
Get on your
Hey, everybody, we're going to get you right back to that body cam in just a minute. But here's a question for you. What a lot of the body cams on this channel make clear? I don't know, but the world is just a crazy and totally unpredictable place. Well, one of the most unpredictable things that can happen to you in life is if you get injured. What do you do next? Well, that is why I want to talk to you guys about our amazing partner and sponsor of our body cam channel, Morgan & Morgan. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys you may want in your corner because they are America's largest injury law firm. They are specialists in this area. And by the way, you know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. Multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements. They make the process super easy for their clients because from starting your claim to uploading documents to talking to your legal team, it can all be done on your smartphone. Also, there's no upfront fee. You only pay them if you win. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LCBodycam.
Put your hands behind your back. Get off of me. Get off of me. I told you guys I didn't trust you.
Kayla is tasered a second time as police work to wrangle in the suspect.
Put your head behind your back. Put your head behind your back.
Let me go.
Here, use this.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. I'm not doing anything. I am not doing anything in this again. You guys did it again. Let go of my psychos. Hey, yeah, you
Don't you move or you're getting zapped again.
You are such an abuser. You are an abuser. Do not zap me just because I called you an abuser. Okay? No. Can you not? He needs to stay away from me. I already talked to you guys about this. Like, give me my medications. Get off. No. I'm trying to take my purse again. Stop.
We'll cut it off.
No.
We will cut it off.
Bondoni, no. Let me have.
Do you want me to cut off your
We're
purse?
way past that.
No, it's not. When he just tasered me.
We will cut it off
Look
if
at
you don't give it to
ankle because
us.
of you guys last time too.
We're taking it off. If you don't want to give it to us, we're going to cut it off. Do you
It's
understand? Give me your knife.
It's why are you guys doing this?
battery's dead.
Why are you guys
You want to play
doing
these stupid games? We're
No,
just going to cut
because
it
you're
off.
pressing stop. Oh my God. You guys. No, you did.
Nope, that's all you, girl.
I told you what was gonna.
Okay, and you ran. I'm not gonna help you.
Because this is what happens to me every time.
Yeah, because you act like that.
No, because I want.
No, it's because you act like that.
No, it's not. I was trying to turn my car off if you guys would let me.
Yeah, that's why you rammed in my cruiser.
And ran into my cruiser.
And almost ran me over.
Yeah, you guys want to say that because my sister came down here to save me.
Yeah, my body cam has it all, honey.
I know, and your body cam has.
Officers decide it's time to get Kayla in a patrol car. Let's see how that goes.
Let's get her in a f***ing car.
No, stop!
You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can't be used against you in court. You have the right to have an attorney with you during a questioning. If you can't afford to hire one, won't be provided for you. You have the right to stop and answer a question anytime.
Don't be trying.
Give me my medicine!
No.
Oh my god! No! My god, you're allowing them to break my car!
Get in the car.
I hate you.
Get in the car.
I don't let him touch me. You piece of shit. My hand's gonna break again.
Well,
Get away!
Life's choices.
So, are you kidding me? Get the f away, sicko!
This is the victim. He came to file a report. She pinned him in and wouldn't let him out of the door. Oh, Lord.
I tried to help her.
Slice my knuckles open that window. You're going to jail. That's where you're going. I promise you are.
Kayla is secured in the patrol car while one officer decides to have a few words with that other woman.
Do you understand that your sister's a grown woman?
I do.
Who are you?
sorry.
Hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done.
apologize to you.
You may in just a second. Who are you to come interfere? I'm not saying that that was your initial intention, but when we're dealing with her, what is you adding to the mix going to do? All this did was make me focus on you as well as focusing on her. And one of our officers almost just got hit by her car because she's nuts.
I got scared. I don't know what you had out on you, but when you pulled the first thing out, I thought you had a gun at her, so that's why I came forward. And I've never seen any of my family members be shot when I have a gun pulled out on them. So I'm
Unfortunately,
sorry I reacted like
fortunately, I've never shot anybody.
that. Okay, but I'm sorry I react like that. You have to understand, I've never seen anything like this, and this has been a lot on me.
I can imagine. Do you understand that by this situation, your involvement up to this point right now gets you a trip to the Stark County Jail?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Please. No, I just.
Is this a learning experience?
Yes, please.
Is this ever going to happen again?
No, I promise.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
The officer sends the woman on her way, while another officer checks back in with the man Kayla was allegedly trying to pin in.
Temporary custody because she had an incident about 2 weeks ago where she resisted arrest.
Okay.
I heard some people. My son tried to come on the wrong. She came and pushed me down. That's why I came with the legs, checking up and make sure. Because they did something strange. I said I needed to file a report. And they had me just talk to somebody over the phone.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't seem I want to go there. I'm going to write it down.
Right. Got you want to do a statement.
Yeah, she's talking with them. Yeah.
What just happened in Washington could end the career of Jerome Powell and maybe even land him in prison. Because while President Donald J. Trump is delivering historic relief for American seniors, the man in charge of our central banks has just been hit with a criminal referral for lying under oath about a $2.5 billion luxury renovation. And the receipts are in. Now, this isn't speculation. This isn't rumor. Congressional documents are now proving that Jerome Powell denied luxury upgrades like a VIP dining room, marble finishes, rooftop gardens that were baked into the Federal Reserve's $2.5 billion headquarter project. And yet, under sworn testimony, Jerome Powell, he told the Senate that those features didn't exist, that the cost increases were just minor. He may have just perjured himself twice. So I'm asking you right now, if you're watching this video, if you lied to Congress about billions of dollars in taxpayer money, would you still have a job? Because while most Americans are struggling to pay rent or fill a gas tank, Trump just passed a $6,000 tax cut for seniors and made 88% of Social Security recipients tax-free. And Powell, well, he's upgrading his building like it's a 5-star resort on your dime. And here's where it gets even more real. President Trump's economic team isn't staying silent anymore. In fact, they say this isn't just mismanagement, it's sabotage. Trump's bold move to save Social Security, slash taxes, and break the back of inflation is working, and Powell knows it. So why won't Jerome Powell lower interest rates? Why is he choking Main Street while Wall Street thrives? And why is he still sitting in that chair after being caught red-handed? Well, stick with me, guys, because I want to go ahead and break down some key information that just broke the news, okay? It just broke the internet. How President Trump's Social Security masterstroke just exposed Jerome Powell's $2.5 billion lie, why the DOJ is now reviewing criminal charges against the Fed chair himself, and what this means for your wallet and the future of America's economy. And of course, by the end, I'm going to ask the question that every American needs an answer to. Should Jerome Powell go to prison for lying about $2.5 billion in taxpayer money? Well, we're going to get into this because this time, there is no way out for the elites. If you appreciate the daily news updates, please take a second, hit the like button, and subscribe. Thank you so much, guys. So let's go ahead and begin with what just shook Washington to its core. President Trump's Social Security masterstroke. Now, President Donald J. Trump just delivered what no other president in modern history has dared to attempt. It was a bold, passionate, and strategic move to restore dignity to America's retirees. Now, this isn't spin. This is real money in the pockets of real people. The 2026 COLA increase, the cost of living adjustment that determines how much seniors get in Social Security, it just spiked again. Experts were stunned. In fact, pundits were caught off guard, and seniors, well, some are cheering. But Trump didn't stop at the COLA. His administration embedded a $6,000 tax deduction for seniors and $12,000 for married couples directly into his economic blueprint. So what does this mean for you? Well, it means that 88% of all Social Security recipients over 65 will now pay zero federal tax on their benefits. Zero. Now, if you're receiving Social Security, SSI, or SSDI, comment down below right now. And for a typical retired couple, that's about $1,600 a year right back into your pocket. We're talking gas money, grocery money, medical bills, stability. Now, this is not just smart policy. This is compassion and action. But here's where the story turns, and it turns pretty hard, because while President Trump is delivering relief, someone is working overtime to try and erase it. And that someone is Jerome Powell. Trump gave seniors a win, but Powell, he's doing everything in his power to destroy it. So let's talk about the sabotage hiding in plain sight. Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve, is supposed to protect the economy, but instead, he's become the greatest threat to Trump's relief efforts. Despite inflation finally cooling, despite internal voices at the Fed calling for rate cuts, Powell, standing firm, refusing to lower interest rates. So why does that matter? I'll tell you why. Because those high rates are a wrecking ball to Trump's entire Social Security victory. And when interest rates stay high, housing costs climb, credit cards, interest rates balloon, loans dry up, and every dollar that Trump just delivered gets eaten alive by inflation and borrowing costs. The truth? Well, Powell's policy is not saving Main Street. It's choking it, and Wall Street cashes in. So is Jerome Powell protecting the economy, or is he punishing everyday Americans just to block Trump? And guys, we're only getting started, because I want to go ahead and pull back the curtain on this $2.5 billion lie that Jerome Powell told Congress, and the explosive criminal referral that could finally bring some consequences. Now, if you're still watching the show, you do not want to miss what's about to drop next. But first, real quick, let me know that you're with me. Smash the like button, drop a 47 in the comments if you support Trump's mission to expose the Fed and protect our seniors. Now, you don't have to be a Medicare expert. You don't. You just need somebody in your corner. And this is why I partnered with Chapter. They're a licensed advisors. They compare every plan that's available to you to help you find what's actually best for you. Now, one of our viewers by the name of Nancy said Chapter saved her $600 a year. I love that, which might actually help her stay in her home despite skyrocketing rent. And then, of course, there's Buck, who's saving $166 a month. Now, I don't know about you, but when Social Security is your only income, that's not small. That is a pretty significant raise. So don't settle for some cookie cutter plan. Give our friends a call right now at Chapter. Phone number's down below at 909-563-8279, or better yet, go to their website right now. I left the link for you guys in the pinned comment, askchapter.org/Ron, and let Chapter fight for you the way that they did for Nancy and Buck. Hey, look, you got nothing to lose and potentially hundreds to gain. Oh, and by the way, did I let you guys know that they're 100% free? Yeah, I love that. So now, here's where the story really explodes. Just last week, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. She's a fierce Trump ally from Florida. She did what most in Washington were just too afraid to do. She filed an official criminal referral to the Department of Justice accusing Jerome Powell of perjury, not once, twice. Now, her referral points directly to, number one, Jerome Powell's false testimony before the Senate Banking Committee on June 25th, 2025. His misleading letter to the OMB Director Rush Limbaugh, where he claimed that the cost escalation was minor. I don't think that was minor, do you? But records from the National Capital Planning Commission and Dr. Mott's own files contradict Jerome Powell's claims line by line. This is not political theater. This is felony level deception, because under U.S. law, lying under oath, especially before Congress, is perjury. And perjury carries up to 5 years in prison per count. So, again, why is Powell still in power if he lied to Congress? Are elites above the law? Now, here's a real kicker, guys. The media is barely even covering this. Why? Because Trump's winning, because Powell got exposed, and because this movement proves everything that we've been saying about the double standards in Washington. Now, here's where the pressure really starts to mount. After Representative Luna dropped the criminal referral, after the documents were made public, and after the truth about the luxury upgrades came out, Jerome Powell panicked. He quickly launched a formal watchdog investigation into the Eccles building renovation and internal probe to review how the $2.5 billion was spent. Now, ask yourself this. If he truly believed that he was innocent, why open an investigation? And it gets even more suspicious, guys. Without any press conference or transparency, the Federal Reserve's website was quietly updated to include a video tour of the very renovation that Powell claimed did not exist. That video shows exactly what the documents revealed: the private dining areas, the elite finishes, the upgraded facilities, and the aesthetic luxuries. They didn't deny it. They just hoped that you wouldn't notice. Now, if Powell didn't lie, why open an investigation? Why post the video now? What are they hiding? Guys, this is what elite power looks like: quiet corrections, buried truths, and zero consequences right up until now. Because the backlash, it's growing. Now, inside President Trump's camp, I'm going to tell you right now, the gloves are coming off. Bill Pulte, who Trump appointed to oversee housing policy, he said it plainly: I am very confident Powell will resign. And he's not alone. Trump-aligned lawmakers are now calling Powell's refusal to cut interest rates and his blatant misrepresentations about taxpayer-funded renovations their grounds for immediate removal. Now, they're not mincing words anymore here, guys. This isn't about policy disagreements. This is about betrayal of public trust. And remember, President Trump, he's known for acting swiftly when sabotage is discovered, right? So just ask anyone who stood in his way during his first term. I mean, he doesn't play games with corruption, and he doesn't hand out second chances when the American people are being hurt. So question now becomes, will Powell jump before he's pushed, or is Trump about to make an example out of the Fed's top man? Should Trump fire Powell right now before he causes more damage? Because if a criminal referral has been filed, If seniors are suffering, if Trump's recovery plan is working, then what exactly are we waiting for? Now, America is winning again, and not just in the way that mainstream media wants to admit. While President Donald J. Trump is rebuilding the economy, securing the border, and delivering real wins for the American people, there's a silent revolution that's happening right inside of our financial system. And if you blink, you're going to miss it. Now, there's a little known NASDAQ listed company that just made a move that was just so bold. It's being called the MicroStrategy of Solana. It's not a crypto company. It's not a Wall Street bank. It's a consumer brand powerhouse. And now it's sitting on a $331 million crypto treasury. The company, Upexi. The ticker symbol is UPXI. And if you believe in Trump's economic revival, freedom from inflation, and digital innovation outside the global system, you're going to want to see what the sponsor of today's video just pulled off. So let's go and break it down, all right? So as of July 22nd, 2025, Upexi now holds over $1.8 million, or excuse me, 1.8 million SOL tokens that are worth $331 million. That is making it the largest public holder of Solana in the world. Guys, that's more than Coinbase. This is more than Galaxy Digital, more than anyone. And this just so happened over years, okay? So this actually didn't happen over the course of several years. It actually happened in just under 3 months after Trump returned to office. Now, you got to wonder about the timing of that, right? So first, Upexi raised $200 million in fresh capital through a creative and strategic offering, $150 million in SOL-backed convertible notes, and $50 million in equity. Now, this means that they raised the capital without selling off their own future. Brilliant. And they acquired the majority of their Solana at a discounted price by purchasing locked tokens. Guys, nearly 58% of their SOL was acquired in this discounted locked format. Translation, they bought low, and now they're up $58 million in unrealized gains. So this is the kind of move that President Trump will call smart business, okay? Now, Upexi is staking nearly all of its Solana to earn a massive 8% annual yield. Now, this is projected to generate $26 million a year in staking revenue alone without even selling a single token. So now they're not just holding an appreciating asset, they're earning income from it every single day. Now, this is the Trump mindset. Make your assets work for you. Now, this is not a crypto company. Upexi's roots are in consumer goods and brand ownership, but instead of sitting on cash, they're leveraging the Trump era financial freedom climate to create a Solana narrative treasury model. And so they're not just investing in crypto. They're bringing Wall Street into Web3. They launched options on their stock, UPXI, on the NASDAQ. Now, they're essentially tokenizing their equity through a partnership with Superstate so that their shares can eventually trade 24/7 on the blockchain. And they join Webull's Corporate Connect platform, gaining access to 24 million retail investors. This is what innovation looks like when government steps out of the way and lets American entrepreneurs thrive. Exactly what President Trump promised in his second term. And as of June 30th, Upexi had 735,692 SOL valued at $113.8 million. Now, that's $2.97. That's $2.97 per share in SOL value at the time, with their share count around $38 million. So, excuse me, that is 2.9. That's $2.97 per share in SOL value at the time, with their share count around 38 million. Now, by July, that ended up ballooning to 1.8 million SOL. Now, they can now use two custom metrics. You've got the basic MNAV, which is your basic MNAV minus the market cap versus SOL value. That's 1.2x. You've got fully loaded MNAV minus including warrants, notes, that's equal to 2.1x. So this means that Upexi is actually trading at a premium, but the premium is backed by real assets, real yield, and real strategy. And this is rare in today's market. I mean, if you're a believer in digital sovereignty or digital sovereignty, President Trump's America First policy and breaking away from globalist debt traps, then you already know that companies like Upexi are doing big things right now, because this isn't just about crypto. This is about building a financial system, and they're doing it from inside the NASDAQ. Now, again, the ticker is UPXI, and they're not waiting for the world to change. They're helping to change it. Now, listen, this video is for educational and information purposes only. I'm not an investment advisor. This is not investment advice. Before investing in any asset, whether it's stocks or crypto or anything else for that matter, you should always do your own research, consult with a licensed financial professional, and make decisions that align with your own personal goals and your own risk tolerance. But if you support President Trump, you believe in American innovation, and you want to see real companies doing some bold things, keep your eye on Upexi on the NASDAQ under ticker symbol UPXI, because the next could be the beginning. All right, now, here's where the tension really hits the Republican Party itself. Right inside the halls of Congress, President Trump's allies are crystal clear. Powell must go. They say that the Fed chair has sabotaged a sitting president's agenda, lied under oath, spent billions without accountability, and not everyone agrees, though. What you have here is you've got moderate Republicans, so-called institutional defenders. They're sounding the alarm, believe it or not. Okay, they're saying removing Jerome Powell could spook the markets, create instability, and violate the Fed's so-called independence. So let's go ahead and ask the real question. Is it better to protect the image of stability or protect the truth? Because what kind of independent institution hides a rooftop garden in a $2.5 billion taxpayer-funded upgrade and then lies about it, right? That kind of stability lets one unelected man derail the president's plan to help retirees. Guys, is market stability worth tolerating lies and sabotage? Now, if the answer is yes, then maybe Washington deserves Powell. But if the answer is no, then Trump may need to do what no president's done before: fire a Fed chair midterm, not just for bad policy, but for dishonesty. And millions of Americans would cheer for him. I mean, now let's go ahead and zoom out just for a second, and let's look at the bigger picture. This wasn't just Jerome Powell versus Trump. This is Main Street versus Wall Street, the people versus the planners, retirees versus the ruling class. Because under Jerome Powell's Fed, Wall Street got low interest rate loans, okay? They got sky high returns. Main Street got high rates, tight credit, and collapsing affordability. First-time home buyers, they can't even get into the market. Small businesses can't grow. Seniors, they're watching their COLA increases vanish into the black hole of Fed policy. Meanwhile, President Trump's economic plan is actually working. Tariff revenue hit $27 billion just last month, creating a budget surplus. That surplus, ladies and gentlemen, is being used to shore up Social Security, fund senior tax deductions, and cut debt. Trump is bypassing the globalists and delivering for the American people. And Powell, well, let's just say he's resisting every step of the way. Not because he has a better plan, but because he's defending the financial elite. So do you stand with Trump and the working class, or do you stand with Powell and the financial elite? This isn't complicated. I mean, you got one man fighting for your freedom and financial dignity, and another that's hiding behind the Fed's logo while he decorates his rooftop office with your tax dollars. Let's just put everything on the table, guys. President Donald J. Trump is fighting for seniors, cutting taxes, increasing Social Security, and delivering a real economic surplus off the backs of global trade deals that actually benefit Americans. Meanwhile, Jerome Powell has lied under oath about a $2.5 billion luxury renovation at the Federal Reserve, publicly denied the existence of rooftop gardens and VIP dining rooms that documents are now proving were real. sent misleading letters to Congress and the OMB, refused to lower interest rates even as inflation eases, directly undermining the relief that Trump just passed, triggering a criminal referral for perjury. This is an offense that carries up to 5 years in prison per count. So here it is. If any other American were to lie to Congress, wouldn't they face charges? If you or me signed off on a $2.5 billion project and lied about it and then quietly tried to cover it up, would we still have a job? Should the man that's in charge of the U.S. financial system be allowed to stay if the evidence says that he lied and covered up waste while seniors were scraping by? Because if we let Jerome Powell stay in power after all of this, then what are we really saying? Well, I'll tell you what we're saying. What we're really saying is that the elites play by different rules. Accountability doesn't apply to central bankers, and truth only matters if it's convenient for the system. But that's not the America President Trump is fighting for. That's not the America you deserve. So I'm asking you directly, should a Fed chair go to prison for lying about a $2.5 billion taxpayer project? Now, if your answer is yes, and you stand with President Trump's mission to drain this swamp once and for all, type 47 in the comments right now. Now, if you believe Powell deserves to finish his term, type P. Let the world see where you stand. And if you believe President Trump's Social Security win matters, that seniors deserve better, that no one is above the law, smash the like button, guys. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Share this video with someone who still thinks the Fed works for the people, because they deserve to know the truth. Because this fight, it's not over, guys. Trump is just getting started, and Jerome Powell, he may have just run out of time. I'll see you guys on the next video.
JP Morgan Chase dropped a bombshell on XRP and the entire crypto industry after flipping earlier today, per Watcher Guru and other major news sources. In today's video, we're going to talk about all the catalysts that we're looking forward to for XRP for the remainder of the week, what JP Morgan and PNC Bank just did for crypto, and also just overall global crypto market sentiment, and of course, emphasizing XRP throughout the video. And remember, as always, never financial advice, just trying to put you guys on the plays that I'm in. If you're new around here, smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm, and also consider subscribing to the channel if you wouldn't mind. Let's go ahead and dive in. So the market took a little bit of a dip this morning, but now recovering very nicely. Bitcoin hovering still around 118, 119, and we love when Bitcoin consolidates, which gives room for altcoins to run. XRP is doing its thing at $3.51. If we look at crypto bubbles, you can see the majority of the market is pulling back slightly. It's quite common after having a really nice run up. It all depends on how far low we do pull back, but overall, we're seeing that the market is actually not doing too bad on a Tuesday, where again, Jerome Powell is going to speak, and we'll talk about that all later in the video. But XRP, it's doing its thing. I love this consolidation. I'm loving this price action. I'm loving the way that it's keeping up with the momentum. Also, exchange trade volume. One thing that you guys always need to make sure you're watching for XRP, aside from just price, is volume. Still sustaining at $9.52 billion, holding up its volume from yesterday, which all of these things together are absolutely incredible. So the first thing I mentioned was from JP Morgan and PNC Bank. So $410 billion PNC Bank partners with Coinbase to offer crypto services. So this is going to be one of the first signs that the banking institutions, the centralized banking institutions of the world, are looking to start working with centralized exchanges to now offer crypto services and custody to their customers. With that being said, we know which cryptocurrency stands at the forefront of banking and blockchain technology, and that is XRP right there in the middle. $4.3 trillion bombshell. JP Morgan eyes loans backed by crypto holdings, a huge 180-degree turn on the stance of Jamie Dimon and the rest of the team at JP Morgan, flipping in terms of how they see crypto, where they see crypto, and what could be next. JP Morgan loans backed by crypto holdings are being explored by the banking giant as early as next year, and this could actually reshape how the traditional banking approach or banks approach digital assets right now. The move would be The move would allow clients to use Bitcoin and Ethereum as collateral for JP Morgan crypto loans, which marks a significant shift in the bank's digital asset. Well, this is where things get interesting. The reason they mentioned BTC and ETH are those are the only two that have ETF offerings or exchange-traded fund offerings for institutional investors and banking. So with that being said, we know what's coming this Friday is potentially the first approval for a spot XRP ETF per an article that we'll talk about in just a second as well. So with that being said, this development positions JP Morgan alongside competitors who are also pursuing crypto collateral lending services, with Bitcoin and ETH loan options becoming mainstream these days. So the big thing that we need to make sure we're paying attention to is the sentiment shift. Jamie Dimon has always put his stance on Bitcoin. He does not like it. He does not like crypto. He doesn't see a value in it or a future in it. Well, now the heads are turning. The skeptics are becoming believers. The people that were anti-crypto are now becoming pro-crypto. We're seeing this very nice 180-degree turn as we are entering this supposed super cycle in crypto. So this is honestly very massive news, and you need to all make sure you're preparing for multi-trillion-dollar asset managers, multi-trillion-dollar asset banks coming in and scooping up positions in crypto projects and crypto tokens like XRP. And PNC Bank is also doing the same thing, but now they're not only just going to do collaterals, but they're going to offer crypto services. Now imagine when Bank of America steps in, which we know has already been working with XRP. Imagine when more banks tier one like JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, as they all step in to offer crypto services for their clients. That's when we see a big shift overall. In addition, XRP news. The market's heating up as we eye July 14th, 21st, and the 25th for major price action. The 1st and the 21st have already passed, but the big thing is the 25th that caught my eye here. This is from Fema Crypto. XRP ETF momentum builds ahead of key dates. So XRP is heating up on July. I think that was definitely a missed date there. I'm not sure exactly why, because this is from July 12th, 2025. But what you guys need to make sure you're paying attention to is ProShares launches futures ETFs on July 14th. We know that went live last week. Volatile Shares and Total Capital bring 2x leverage ETFs on July 21st, and a crucial SEC decision on spot XRP ETF by Rex Osprey comes on July 25th, which is 3 days away. The move can open the floodgates for institutional investments and drive XRP beyond not even just $3.50 or $4. We're talking maybe even $10, $15, $20 if these institutions start putting money into it. And then ATF fever in July, as we know that leverage ETFs were approved, and now the potential spot ETF. This is from another account over on Twitter. Double dose of leveraged ETFs and non-leveraged. So the decision is set for Friday. You guys need to make sure you're locking in your calendars. Make sure you're staying in the know when it comes to these pieces of news, because this is honestly going to be absolutely major and could be the potential shift that we're looking for to push us not only just at all-time highs where we're at now, but significantly higher, where all-time highs become something forgotten about at this $350 to $360 range. We want to see $7, $10, $15, $20 in the near term. Technical breakout over optimism, as you guys can see. For technical perspective, XRP price predictions still remain very bullish. The asset recently cleared the key resistance of 269.5 and now is consolidating at 281, which actually, after this article is published, we broke into a new all-time high. The price movement comes after a sharp rally within a rising pattern channel. And right now, we are actually keeping up that price action, and it's looking very good. Shout out to BCCC. Always a link down below. It's up to $10,000 up for grabs, by the way. If you are a trader and looking to start trading, look into it. Walter Bloomberg. A lot of things happening today, guys. First of all, FBI ends investigation of Kraken founder and returns seized devices, her fortune. And Goldman Sachs expecting rate cuts as job market slows. Goldman Sachs now expects the Feds to start holding rates and steady for next week. That's already expected because that's where we're kind of been at. Then cut the remaining of its 3 2025 meetings as a slowing job market pressures policymakers. Private sector hiring is nearing stall speed, risking self-reinforcement slowdown, while consumer spending has stagnated for 6 months, a pattern rarely seen outside of recessions. Goldman also sees 2 more cuts in early 2026. Telegram launches built-in crypto Ton wallet for 87 million US users. All of these things, guys, are absolutely fantastic. And we know, in addition to everything that has happened over the last little while here, throughout the day today, there's been a lot of things regarding the United States and the release for the crypto market structure discussion draft, because that's what Trump asked for. He said, I need this at my desk for the crypto market structure discussion draft from my crypto team and with his crypto czar, David Sachs. So again, right now, this week, even though last week was coined Crypto Week here in the United States of America, we know that the overall shift that we're seeing in crypto is all positive after positive after positive catalysts. And I don't believe these catalysts have been reflected on market price, especially for the altcoins. Bitcoin is still steady, right around its all-time high. And we like that it's cooling off and staying there for a little while, so everything else can play catch up. 10x's, 5x's, big time multipliers are here for altcoins. And you guys know, for me, I've been talking a lot about XRP, but there's a lot of other cryptocurrencies that I'm also researching, looking into, and trying to double down on. But I believe that we're going to see, again, some insane run-ups for XRP. It's still one of the heavier positions in my personal portfolio, and I'll continue to accumulate because I still do believe the upside is significant before year end. And going into 2026, 2027, and even beyond that, you guys have seen what AI is modeling, what financial analysts are predicting for BTC and ETH. XRP is going to be right there, especially after the ETF approval, hopefully this Friday. If it happens, GG's. It's good game after that, and will only continue to rise. So with that being said, everybody, quick drop in this morning. I appreciate your continued support. It's been absolutely phenomenal. I think we have over a new 4,000 or 5,000 subscriber base just over the last 4 or 5 days, showing the XRP Army's strength and their resilience and their ability to really support people who are keeping them on the map. So I'm going to do my very best to continue to support, continue to create content, and I'll be here each and every day. The good end of the bad, the red and the green. You guys know me. I've just been here to share crypto projects that I truly believe in. Never ever financial advice, as always, but just trying to put you guys on the plays that I'm in. So with that being said, that's all I had for you all today. And until next time, as always, everybody, keep investing. Peace.
$1 million loss, and you guys know Adam's a diehard fan of the WNBA.
Oh, yeah. And
John
he's a
Stewart,
great woman. That makes sense.
John Stewart fears Paramount and Daily Show. Tulsi Gabbard calls for Obama to be prosecuted over 2016 election claims. Now, a politician who's a shoe-in to win 2020 presidential election name, and we'll talk about that. Some of you guys may know who it is. We'll come back to it and think of a polymarket this thing with presidential for 2020. McDonald's AI chatbot hiring exposed data of job candidates. Elon's inventory piles up. Tesla Cybertruck sales plummeted. Ready? 51% in the second quarter.
That is terrible.
I mean, it's so bad that Adam's even going to asking for a discount. Like, they're going to give it for a discount.
You know I'm asking for a
He's
discount
interested,
regardless,
right?
sir.
Newsom proposes to ease permits for oil drilling in California. Now he wants to do it after what the point Tom made yesterday. California top for highest unemployment in the country and tied with Nevada. And while Newsom is trying to distract everybody from focusing on Florida and other states, his state keeps getting bad stats, and we'll definitely talk about that. Maybe even we'll start off with that with Hannity, because Hannity had Newsom on. And Wes Moore, Trump deserves credit for securing border. Now, you got to realize who Wes Moore is. Wes Moore is the name that a lot of people on the left would like to see this man run, because some say he's like an Obama. Some say he's even better than an Obama. I think he's a Maryland governor, if I'm not mistaken. Super capable guy on the left. Formidable. You got to keep that name, Wes Moore. How YouTube won the battle for TV viewers. Piers Morgan accuses Joy Reid of playing race card in heated exchange over MSNBC firing. And guess who shows up out of nowhere? You know, guy comes up, Michael Knowles, handsome, good-looking guy. Yep. And they kind of go back and forth, and it wasn't pretty for Joy Reid, okay? But knowing the way the media works, they may just hide. She may get a job here soon somewhere. And then Israeli military investigates report of harm to civilians after hundreds killed near Gaza, aid sites. Officials say 85 Palestinians seek aid are killed in Gaza as Israelis widens evacuation orders, and Kamala Harris mocked for post celebrating 1 year anniversary of failed presidential campaign is what she is going through as well. Now, Rob, tell me what's going on out there, because when I go into my announcement, I don't want any disruption. Can you find out what's going on? So maybe wait till I announce the guest. Do we have him here?
The golf cart's pulling up to the building now.
So golf cart's pulling up to the building now. Kelly, if you're listening, what's the ETA? Are we 2 minutes? And I'm going to get into the announcement. While I'm making the announcement, don't bring them in while I'm going through the announcement. All right, so let me tell you guys what's going on. The Vol Conference, September 8th through the 11th. Nearly 12,000 people will be coming this year. We have 3 guest speakers that I'll be announcing here to you, and it's going to be massive. And they're all intentionally invited for different reasons. Rob, I don't want you to play the video until I make the announcement for the guest, and then we can play the clip afterwards. But this was all intentional, and there's going to be a handful of massive announcements being made at the Vault Conference. If you're somebody that's running a business owner, the great thing about the Vault is you'll be having a conversation with somebody at the event, and you just run into them at the store, and they're an aspiring entrepreneur. Then you go to talk to somebody else that they're an executive of a Fortune 500 company. Then you go talk to somebody else who just exited their company and sold it for $700 million. Then you go talk to somebody else that's still with a big private equity company that's trying to deploy hundreds of millions of dollars. Then you go talk to somebody else from Goldman Sachs that's a money manager. The types of people, then you go talk to somebody else that's a podcaster, YouTuber, that you recognize their faces. The types of people that show up to the Vault makes it a reason why this is becoming a number 1 business conference in America, that you go to actually get strategies that you leave, you implement, you can win in life, business, all of it combined together. So the 3 speakers that we have are the following. Number 1 speaker. For me, you guys know I'm a big fan of the movie Air, and you guys know I'm a big fan of anybody that's a strong negotiator that's done some of the biggest deals ever. We were able to get David Falk, Michael Jordan's agent, manager, who signed the Nike deal, who, by the way, in 1982, he was the first person to sign a multi-million-dollar deal for James Worthy. He was the first agent to sign a $100 million deal with Alonzo Mourning. Michael Jordan gives him so much credit. I can't wait to sit down and talk to him. He was one of the most entertaining characters in the movie Air, story of Michael Jordan. Number 2 speaker that we'll have at the Vault Conference is the OG content creator, brand person, influencer, who became a billionaire in 1999, who understood what it looked like to be in front of a camera. Martha Stewart will be at the Vault Conference. So Martha Stewart will be at the Vault Conference. We're excited about that. She had one of the best documentaries that everybody talks about, and I'll be sitting down with her, interviewing her at the Vault Conference. A lot of you fellas that want to bring your wives down, just let them know Martha Stewart's going to be there. They're going to want to come and hear and see what she has to say. And then last but not least, the keynote speaker at the Vault Conference. That won't be speaking for 30 minutes, not 45 minutes, not an hour, not an hour and 50 minutes. For 2 hours, the one and only Tony Robbins will be at the Vault Conference. Tony Robbins will be at the Vault Conference. So we're excited about that. This is a very, very big deal because there will be multiple big announcements being made there. Some of you guys are going to get a chance to meet the guests that are going to be there. Having said that, Rob, you can play the clip here right now. If you haven't been to the conference, if you haven't yet registered, go to the Vault Conference, get registered, get your ticket, bring your spouse, bring your partner, bring your other employees and executives with you. Come spend 3.5 days with us at the Gaylord or
Welcome back to the Common Sense. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Common Sense Crypto Channel. As with you always, this is Rich doing another video today on XRP. So I hope you're all having a wonderful day today, wherever you are in this great, great world. We're going to talk about XRP. And I got to start with this from UK Miller. XRP priced at $59.40. Developer reveals how this Ripple takeover will drive the next rally. So what they're talking about is Ripple taking 15% of Swift's business. Now, what they're saying is that XRP could reach this price point sometime between 2026 and 2027. That would make a lot of sense, actually, because I think adoption is going to take some time. And I even think the bank shift is going to take a little bit of time. But it's not that far out. I think it could happen sometime starting in the middle of 2026. That's why I keep telling you, everybody's calling for this cycle to top at some point for XRP. But there's too many catalysts lining up at the same time. And if Ripple was to start to capture some of Swift's business over the coming months, we could definitely get to that price point in between 2026 and 2027. We're still going to have a great run up throughout the rest of this year into early next year as well. You got to remember, in this run, in this alt season, most people are already predicting a $40 to $50 XRP, and some are predicting it to go even higher. Here's how much XRP you need to retire comfortably. I mentioned this in a video yesterday, and so many people were saying, come on, just put a number on it. You can't put a number on it because even this article, the XRP Army gave so many different predictions. Some people said you have to be holding as much as 285,000 XRP. Other people are saying all you need is 100 XRP. You know, it all depends on where XRP goes from here. Jake Clapper is calling for a $10,000 XRP by 2027. Think about that. And even that article I just showed you, they're calling for a $60 XRP sometime between 2026 and 2027. Now, I even think that prediction is very low. If Ripple was to capture 15% of Swift's business, I think we would be closer to 589. Then you got to bring in the tokenized assets, which I think is really going to boom later this year as well with regulations. But nobody could really tell you how much XRP you need to be holding, because I'm going to tell you what I always tell you. You buy whatever you can afford, you sit back, you stay patient, and you wait for us to get to these price points. Or you put your crypto to work for you and you get that passive income. Google searches for buy XRP are skyrocketing. Retail FOMO is heating up. Eyes on the next leg up. Right now, FOMO is still early. The real FOMO is going to begin once we start getting over $5. Everybody's going to have XRP when that happens. It'll be talked about on the mainstream media news as well, like it was back in 2017 and 2018. Crypto traders are increasingly shifting capital into ETH, XRP, Solana, and Doge as Bitcoin finds footing near 120K. You already see the money shifting, and that's going to continue to happen as well because people are starting to realize you're not going to make a lot of money in Bitcoin. I always tell people, if you want to make some money in crypto, buy Bitcoin. If you want to get financial freedom, buy XRP, because there is a very big difference there. You know, most of you right now are already at a 5 or a 6x on your XRP already. We're still expecting much higher prices. I still think after this cycle ends, if this cycle ever ends, because of all the catalysts, I think there's a good chance that we get a 20x XRP. A lot of people are calling for an easy 10x. Think about that. Well-known investor and crypto trader Willie Woo says he sold all his Bitcoin. You know what I don't get? These people tell all their maxi friends that they sold all their Bitcoin, and their maxi friends are in shock by it. And it's because they now realize there's better money to be made out there. There's better returns on investment. Remember yesterday I shared this? Milady Capital just sold all my Bitcoin for XRP. Today, Milady Capital says XRP will be the new king. And I agree. I think XRP is coming for that number one spot. You know, so many people that are out there and they're like, oh, it's never going to take the number one spot away from the king, Bitcoin. But you could already see how it gets there now. It's not like a couple years ago. Well, maybe it can happen. This time around, everything, real world events are going to make it happen. Massive XRP transfer just happened. $122 million worth moved on chain. 210,669,117 XRP. These are very big moves. I would say these are institutional moves. And we have people already selling their Bitcoin and shifting the money towards XRP. At the same time, we have whales positioning themselves with XRP. And now we have some institutions also buying in the background because we're going to get more announcements of XRP treasuries as well. This is the beginning of something so much bigger. Ripple exposed. Former insider reveals shocking XRP secrets. You got to hear this video. And I want to remind you, I kept telling you that Ripple is aligned with the IMF. Take a listen to this, coming from Apex Crypto Consulting.
So listen to what Miguel Diaz here says. He's a former Ripple employee. He used to be one of the top guys. I think he was literally managing director for CME. Went to Ripple, held a very high position in Ripple. And then in this video, he said, we could see ourselves, I don't think we'll ever sell all the XRP. Maybe we could become a lender of last resort some kind of way. Or maybe we give our XRPs that we have in escrow, maybe we give it to another institution and they become like the lender of last resort. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? For a private company to say something like that, the only lender of last resort on planet Earth is the IMF. For a private company to say something like that and for them not to be wiped out from the face of the earth, definitely this is not your regular private company acting on their own behalf. They are definitely back. They are a front. They are representing somebody else 100%. The story that you've been told, oh, we're going to start with cross-border payments and we're going to do this kind of value. This is not a regular tech company. They are the IMF disguised as a private company. Otherwise, citizens would not accept it. The same way that if they told us that Bitcoin was created by government and very powerful three-letter agencies, and because they want to digitize the world and they want citizens to accept the digitization of everything, we would have never accepted that.
Like, how do you intend to distribute the rest of the XRP then?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, Mahir. I don't necessarily know that we'll ever distribute all of it. In my mind's eye, there's a possibility where we end up more of a lender of last resort capacity, but I think that would be a little strange for a software company, and maybe some things would have to change structurally. Maybe we have to have a different organization. Who knows?
So he paused it. Unfortunately, the guy here, I forget his name, I want to give him credit for this video. He's just about to say something else here. Miguel Diaz, I couldn't find the original video. I don't know. I've looked everywhere. I couldn't find it. But what he says after, he says we have to change structurally, but maybe we would give our XRP to another institution and they would become the lender of last resort. My goodness, there's only one lender of last resort on planet Earth, and that is the IMF. And for him to say that, a private company can say a statement like that and not be wiped off the face of the earth. If you look at other presidents around the world that have tried to do just 5% of what Ripple is doing, right, to become a lender of last resort, if you look at what happened to Gaddafi, look what happened to Saddam Hussein, I could go on and on, but I will definitely not go down that rabbit hole. But Gaddafi would create a new dollar for the African countries. He was going to create a new dollar backed by gold. So he was going against the current system. He was not even doing 1% of what Ripple is doing, and we see what happened there. And so for Ripple to be able to execute and create this global reserve currency, you cannot do that unless you are taking the IMF and the central bankers.
And that's why Ripple gets away with doing what they do. I always said Ripple was an elite company, like they were in line with the elites. I mean, Brad gets a seat at all the big tables in the world when they're talking about cross-border payments. We've seen him sitting there with the not only the IMF but the ECB. We see Ripple meeting in Washington with President Trump. That's how you know you're invested in what the elites see as the future. But he does make a great point because we always thought that the escrow would end up in the hands of the IMF, the Fed, the ECB, and so on. But it would make sense if Ripple actually was part of the IMF. I mean, Chris Larson is definitely aligned with the IMF. I think he sits on their board as well. But you could see now how XRP gets to those high price points. 20 billion XRP down, 36 billion to go. Ripple's escrow timeline revealed. And everybody's so worried about the escrow. I don't ever see Ripple getting rid of all the escrow. They're going to hold on to some of it because they're going to continue to make acquisitions. They're going to continue to add utility to XRP as well over time. But they're saying that the escrow could run out by 2032. And right now, only 36 billion XRP remain in escrow. It's not 50 billion like all the Bitcoin maxis keep saying all over X. Ripple's controlling half the supply. It's already down to 36 billion. And every month they unlock another billion. But I do believe that Ripple is definitely aligned with the elite. I still think BlackRock is an elite shell company. And it's very strange that Larry Fink doesn't talk about Ripple, and Ripple really doesn't talk about BlackRock. It's like they both know the plan, like they know where this is going from here. Coinbase finally debuts perpetual futures in the US for the first time, but they left out XRP and Solana. You know, they started with Bitcoin and Ethereum, but this shows you I've never been a fan of Coinbase. First of all, Coinbase delisted XRP. And when that happened, I was like, I have zero use for Coinbase going forward. But they also maintained that Bitcoin only narrative. We've seen Brian Johnson do that when the president talked about creating that reserve. He even thought it should be Bitcoin only. We're at a time now where crypto is getting a level playing field. It's not going to be Bitcoin only, just like it's not going to be XRP only. When all the dust settles with regulations and 99% of crypto disappears, Bitcoin's still going to be with us. Ethereum will still be with us. A handful of utility-driven cryptocurrencies will then move into the top 10. It will gradually happen over time, but it's going to happen quicker than people think. Everything that they're predicting for 2030, 2035, it's all going to happen over the next 24 to 36 months because everything right now is being fast-tracked. But that's why I'm not a fan of Coinbase, and I would never store my XRP on Coinbase, period. But at the end of all of it, Brian will find out that XRP was always the chosen one. And it will be the number one cryptocurrency. It's just a matter of time. And until it happens, stay patient, stay positive, and let's get rich together. With that said, I'm going to wrap up this video. I want to thank you all for watching. I appreciate all of you. I'll see you in the next one. Have a great night.
Welcome back. I am back with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And Mr. Secretary, we've been talking about deals on trade. The president has already announced 3 bilateral frameworks since Liberation Day. That's with the UK, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The president will be meeting with the president of Philippines today at the White House, trying to secure a better deal there. Should we expect something from the Philippines? You've talked a lot about lots of deals in the works. When might we see those?
I think you're going to see them in the next couple of days Maria, I was in the Oval with the president yesterday, and again, he's applied this maximum pressure strategy. He sent out this group of letters to our trading partners and said, congratulations, here's your rate, unless you want to come and negotiate. And again, no one creates leverage like President Trump. It brought our trading partners to the table in a very fulsome way. So, we just got this Indonesian deal, which was incredible. And, I saw the first draft of the deal.
One up because she was so gross in her commentary. Like, I know. And like one of the things that I've actually said to my team members is the algorithm knows, like they hear it when you say words that you really shouldn't say, right? And they're like, oh, Whoopi says this all the time. And she says this, that, and the other. And how did she get away with it? Why is there some kind of double standard? I'm like, it's not really. I'm sure somebody said something, because if you're an advertiser, do you think you want to be on the commercial break coming out of what she just said? And believe me, I didn't even play the worst of it. And the difference is over here, right? The algorithm hears it, and a commercial might not actually run that would have otherwise run. But the commercials that run on that show, those advertisers are increasingly skittish to the point where you had Bob Iger sit them all down and say, hey, can we start doing a little entertainment news? Can we do some other things? Do we have to keep doing politics all the time? Because you guys are just turning into who knows what. Did you see this cat fight? I mean, you can't even understand these people.
You got to go to because nobody can figure out what's being said here right now.
Yeah, nobody can figure it. You're talking over each other all the time. And you're just yelling about nonsense and nothing. And this is not very representative, frankly, of America or American women. And at the same time, boy, are they bitter. They don't understand why it is that everything over on YouTube is suddenly successful, or Spotify or Apple Podcasts or any of this. They're like, who is this guy? Joe Rogan? What? Who is he? What is he? Like, why would anybody believe him over us? Because, we're ABC News. We're the bomb, right? We've got Sonny What's-Her-Face, who's got the legal notes she has to read all the time. And believe me, she has to read a lot of them because she's wrong all the time on the air. Well, Joy Behar can't understand what or who Joe Rogan is. This was great. This moment in television that you can't forget. And Joe had a great comeback. Watch.
And he also thinks that dragons, like dinosaur type of animals, roamed the earth when people did. So this is the type of really, really bad information that's going out there.
Well, in defense, there are.
She's like, in defense. Well, he was at the time trying to actually talk about why is it that throughout history we've seen artistic representations of things like dragons. Like, why is America's or not just America's, the entire world's imagination been captured by this? It was a discussion he was having, which Joy turned into, oh, he believes in dragons. So the next thing you know, he came out with t-shirts. He believes in dragons. Listen to his response. It was pretty good. Here's Joe Rogan talking about Joy Behar and The View. And he says it. He says exactly what I'm saying. She's worried about losing her job because she's going to lose it very soon. Watch.
Worried about losing your job, and you're worried about podcasts taking over and who's the source of news. And we said Donald Trump is Hitler, but half the country disagreed with us and he won. And this is and Joe Rogan believes in dragons.
Yeah. So while Donald Trump thinks that Jimmy Kimmel might be next, I have some good news for him and for you. I actually think it might be The View. Think about how much this costs to produce. I mean, Stephen Colbert is a great example. The show tapes in the afternoon, and they have a huge staff, like a huge staff with lots and lots of camera people, lots of union people, lots of producers, lots of handlers, lots of people just to manage the live studio audience and tell them when to clap and when to laugh and all that good stuff, right? And to book them, because you got to book the audience on top of it all. Security, etc. This is a big operation. It's a big show. It's so big that somehow, even though they had the best ratings, they couldn't manage to survive. Apparently, they were still losing tens of millions of dollars a year. Well, if they were losing tens of millions of dollars a year, how much money do you think The View is losing? Again, similar operation. Now, they don't have one big star. In this case, they've got, 5 or 6? on any given day because they change them out now and then, and maybe some are making more than others. My hunch would be that Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar are eating up the bulk of the salaries. Sonny's making a little bit less, and Navarro's making a little bit less. You got the woman that was some kind of GOP person, probably making a little less, and then the blonde that came from ABC, also making a little bit less. So if that helps you, right? Because you're diversifying the salary base, etc. But if you're paying a lot to the likes of Joy and Whoopi, then you start getting into territory that you were probably in with somebody like Stephen Colbert. So your salary costs are very high. On top of that, your production costs are really, really high. And you get the live studio audience that you get to tell to laugh all the time. You get to book the live studio audience. You get where I'm going. So is it worth it? Even if the ratings are decent, a lot of advertisers still don't want to be involved because look, you look at Stephen Colbert and how political he had gotten. And a lot of advertisers were pulling away from that. They just didn't want to be associated with it. This was his nonstop, delivery, constant criticism of the political atmosphere, specifically vis-a-vis Donald Trump. But, he got what was coming to him, right?
Donald Trump has been sworn in as president of the United States. I know. Listen. We're just as confused as you are. Joe Biden did it. I sat down and just started crying with relief. And Evie said, you never have to talk about him again. And then I cried with joy. After a bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May.
So like I said, they're all rallying to his side. Jimmy Kimmel's coming out and blasting him. The Atlantic coming out and blasting. He had a whole bunch of comedians there on his show with him last night. I was disappointed to see Adam Sandler, another good for your guy, New Hampshire guy there. But, these comedians, these liberal comedians, they stick together. One of the things he did say, and I'll put this up, this is the AP write-through, AP writing a nice little story on him. They said, you know what? Here's the thing. They talked about his sharp comic takedowns of the president. I don't know if they were that sharp, frankly. They were, frankly, kind of just mundane and boring and typical, because it's all you ever hear. I can turn into MSNBC to hear what I'm going to hear on Colbert. He said, over the weekend, it sunk in that they killed off our show, but they made one mistake. They left me alive. Now, he said, I can say what I really think about Donald Trump starting right now. And he had the audience cheering him on. And he said, I don't care for him. Doesn't seem like he has the skill set to be the president. And then, because he just can't help himself, he then had what he called a personal message to Donald Trump, which was basically a giant F you. Like I said, he's not that clever. He's not that good. And we could go listen to that on MSNBC any night of the week. Could we not? Joy Reid found out the hard way just exactly where that was getting her. And I suspect that you're going to see now the ladies at The View find out the hard way exactly what it's going to mean for them. They're in a tough situation, right? They're in a medium that's dying. They don't like it. They don't understand it. You've got a network that's in trouble. Don't forget, they just had to fire that guy who decided to have a late night Twitter rant on X all about how much he hated the president's top advisor, Stephen Miller. Well, he won't go away. But for some reason, the ladies on The View are afforded a little more latitude, just a little though, because that's wearing out. It's wearing out in part one because of the economics of the show, and two, because guess what? The FCC and Donald Trump's branding car who's coming in for the kill. He's made it very clear to Bob Iger he's not going to put up with any of this anymore. He sent a letter before Donald Trump even became president. And then in March, he opened up an investigation into ABC's DEI practices. Right around the same time, they laid off a couple of hundred people at ABC and at Disney. So they've been going through rounds of layoffs and rounds of layoffs. And so at what point does the company say, you know what, we don't need this headache anymore. If you want to believe it's a political headache, it's a political headache, but it's also an economic headache, right? In the case of Colbert, clearly an economic headache because they're losing tens of millions of dollars, even though they don't want to admit that, they don't want to think that. And what do you know? They're trying to get Letitia James involved. In all seriousness, guys, Letitia James involved in suing Paramount CBS for unfair firing. That's the Writers Guild. We'll get to it in a second. But first, keep in mind what's going on with Brendan. So Brendan's like, okay, I'm opening an investigation into DEI at the company because it seems that you were engaging in this. And I'm not just going to have like you change it now. I'm actually going to go back in time because constitutionally you couldn't have and shouldn't have been doing this, and yet they did it anyway. And we kind of know they did. We know that from, well, it's the woman who, what was her name? She was the fighter, Gina Carano. We know that through her lawsuit. And then, well, we know it from Bob Iger himself, because wait till you see the sound I'm going to play you. He was literally kind of on tape talking about this. But this was the letter that was sent at the end of March. And he said, look, you know, this was a great American iconic company. And somehow you ruined it because of the last, you know, several years you've been obsessed with this DEI stuff, which, you know, technically is against the law because it's a form of discrimination. It was a 3-page letter. And he's like, buddy boy, you know what? I'm going back in time and I'm going to look at this because you're depriving Americans of their rights to free and equal treatment under the law. And obviously the FCC, we cannot stand for that. So Bob Iger, Disney, they got a problem on their hands, kind of similar in different ways to what CBS was looking at, right? CBS was looking at a situation with 60 Minutes because they edited Kamala Harris's interview to actually make her sound coherent, which is a very tricky thing to do. And I credit that editor. My gosh, he deserves his own little Emmy Award just for being able to edit that thing. But it wasn't the right thing to do because it was misrepresenting Kamala Harris to the American people. But somehow they thought that was all fine. They didn't want to apologize. They didn't want to do anything. You had the next thing you know, the president of the news division resigning. You get the executive producer of 60 Minutes resigning. And now Colbert's out of a gig. So Bob Iger's increasingly finding himself in a similar situation. One, he had to pay $16 million to Donald Trump and his attorneys. He had to fire that guy who really let loose on Twitter late at night. And well, this little piece of video just surfaced of him back in 2021 talking about how fantastic DEI is and how he's not doing enough. Watch.
You know, I'm very proud of a lot of the work we've done in terms of diversity and inclusion on screen. When we did Coco, for instance, at Pixar, a great example of that, or Tiana, or of course Black Panther is one of the great examples of that. I allowed those things to make me feel a bit complacent in a sense. It's not that I wanted to be that way, but I thought, wow, we did Black Panther. How great are we? And it caused me to not focus as much as I should have on the culture of the company and the environment and in the voices that were telling those stories as opposed to just how they were being portrayed on the screen.
So he's not doing enough because he just put some diverse actors on the screen. And what you really need to do is make sure you had diversity behind the screen in order to actually really have diversity. Look, I'm not against diversity. Heck, you know, you want real diversity of opinion. And diversity of opinion is actually a really important thing because it helps you come to a better conclusion. It helps you tell a better story. Part of the problem with Disney is they have no diversity of anything. They all are just woke-minded thinkers that think alike, and then they completely lack creativity. And because they lack creativity, they can't even come up with a decent storyline. Heck, they just keep doing sequel after sequel after sequel after sequel. And you look at the stock price, and it's paid the price. I mean, down significantly from where it was 5 years ago. That's dead money. I mean, that's where inflation is. And the stock price isn't even keeping pace with inflation. I think it's around 121 right now. But this is a company that, granted, is legendary, is massive. And you know what? YouTube is dwarfing them. YouTube's content is so much bigger and better than anything Disney can imagine right now. And Disney is increasingly finding itself up a creek without a paddle. And if you ask me, at some point, push comes to shove, and they're going to say, okay, we got to make more cuts. And who the heck needs The View? Okay? Not additive to the conversation at all. Just like Colbert was not additive in any way, shape, or form to the conversation while simultaneously losing a whole lot of money. I don't have the specifics on the numbers for The View, but knowing what I know about television, knowing how many people actually work on that show, and friends of mine have been hosts on that show, so I know a little bit about behind the scenes. I know what it takes to put on a television show, network style. I've worked at enough of them, okay? It's a lot of money. Plus, you get all those salaries. At least for Colbert, you only had his. But the crazy thing, you guys, is that a lot of these people on the left, they think these shows should stay in business anyway, even if they're losing tons of money. Oh, because it's the brand. It's the brand. We need Whoopi. We need The View. That's the brand of ABC. I'm sorry, if that's your brand, I don't even know what to tell you. CBS, you're better off not having Stephen Colbert as your brand. But the Writers Guild, boy, are they mad. Even Colbert himself is mad. He's saying, well, this doesn't make any sense. I mean, we had the best ratings, so why would we be out of the lineup? Here's the quote. How can it purely be a financial decision if the show is number one in the ratings? It's confusing. No, it's not confusing, you moron. You spent more money than you made. It's not that hard. Typical them, right? Anyway, watch this insane clip of the Writers Guild lawyer. This guy is representing the writers on the Colbert Show, and they all want their jobs to stay, and they don't care how much money that show loses. Take a peek on CNN, of course.
Work is saying this was financial. This was financial. CBS has a hell of a lot of problems. Okay, we know that. Most media has a hell of a lot of problems. They're saying, they didn't say this, but reportedly the show lost up to $40 million last year. Okay, so that's a lot of money. But as I said, it is the top rated show. I mean, when you hear this is financial, there's nothing else to see here. Do you think that's right?
No, I don't. And I don't for a couple of reasons. I mean, first, this show has not taken any of the steps that other late night shows have taken to cut costs to stay on the air. And also, profit and loss reports don't account for a lot of ways in which a show like The Late Show with Stephen Colbert brings value to CBS, to Paramount. The Late Show is referenced in almost every quarterly Paramount investor call that we could find.
Right.
And I think and that's because of the tremendous brand value that this has for the company. When you think about CBS, one of the first people you think about is Stephen Colbert. And so I think that the wrong question is, was there financial problems? I think the question is, why was this canceled? Was it because of a
well, and as you point out, if you have the top rated show with something that is part of pop culture and ubiquitous in American culture, then would you try to do everything you could to keep it as opposed to jettisoning it so quickly? Now this brings
She's speaking for herself there. CNN, please keep us all. She's actually really smart. I actually like Erin, and I worked with her at CNBC. She's one of the better ones, but I'm just laughing about it because it's like, please keep us. Even though our ratings are terrible, even though we're losing so much money, we still want to stay in business because somehow we are the face of the network. Let me tell you, they can get a new face of the network. That's called building a brand. And you can build a brand that hopefully won't cost you as much money. And then you got a show that actually might be a success that isn't as costly. And I'm going to tell you something. They're going to have to learn this the hard way over at MSNBC. But before that happens, you get these writers actually looking to Letitia James. I mean, it's like 6 degrees of separation, guys. It all kind of comes back, meshes together in some weird way. The fact that Letitia is now involved, I'm like, are you kidding me? Letitia James. They're actually turning to Letitia in hopes that Letitia James might actually be able to investigate and figure out whether there was any kind of bribe between CBS and Donald Trump that actually wound up getting rid of one Stephen Colbert. Now, I find that a little bit hard to believe, just a little, because if I'm Trump, Stephen Colbert's not my first pick. That's like the last. I'm going for 60. Okay, like I'm going for the news division. Like, who cares about Stephen Colbert for goodness sakes? Nobody's even up to watch the show anymore, and because he doesn't allow anybody to use his clips, he hasn't been able to permeate the online world. Therefore, He lacks significance. He's irrelevant. Who the heck cares about Stephen Colbert? It's a financial decision, plus maybe a little bit political. I mean, do you really want this guy sticking it to the president nonstop? I think they came to that decision a little bit with one Joy Reid over on MSNBC. I mean, she was a nightmare. She was blatantly irresponsible, much like, dare I say, Whoopi Goldberg, Sonny House, Ana Navarro, and Joy Behar. You see, you don't need it. The bosses don't need it. The advertisers don't need it. And unless you're raking in the big bucks for your network, I don't think the network needs it. Understood? So Letitia, you can go digging. I don't think you're going to find much. But that's never stopped you before. I'll tell you, we need to do a little more digging on you, honey bunny, because you seem to have done some funny things. Calling your dad your husband back in 1989 in order to get a mortgage. Or in 2023, trying to say that somehow the house in Virginia that you were getting for your niece was actually your permanent residence. Oh, and that was just a mistake, just a clerical mistake. You know, with power of attorney, someone screwed up. I mean, you are an attorney. We should hold you to a higher standard. You're a bad attorney. You're a malicious attorney. And you're a political animal. So sure, take this case, see where that gets you. Good luck. You know, Jen Psaki, I got to tell you also, you know, MSNBC and Rachel Maddow, they're going to suffer a similar kind of fate as long as we're on this media thing right now. Remember to subscribe, share, like, by the way. It's really important right now. It helps. Every bit helps. And I'm getting closer and closer to 1 million. And the closer we get to 1 million here on the channel, the harder it gets. For some reason, you know, they're really holding out the darn gold plaque. They're going to make it tough. So it may take us a while. So do whatever you can. Comment, like, share, all that good stuff. Jen Psaki is, do you know her? Probably you don't. Well, maybe you know her. You know Peppermint Patty. She's the one that used to be the press person before KJP. She wasn't a bad press person. Actually, I thought she was better than KJP. KJP didn't quite have all the wires connecting upstairs. Jen Psaki, on the other hand, was pretty darn good. I mean, you got to be a hell of a liar, right? In order to do that gig and do it well, especially if you're working for Biden. And she knew how to lie right through her teeth. And so Jen somehow had bigger aspirations. This cracks me up. Why? Why do these people that are in politics all want to be on TV? I mean, they all want to be us, right? I'm always, you know, I've never understood this, frankly. Really never understood this. I mean, you stay in your lane, I'll stay in mine. The performers are the performers, and the, you know, political lackeys and, you know, people that want to carry somebody's water, that's what they are, and that's what we should do. Because they're never going to be fully truthful. They're always trying to sell and spin. That's what they do. That's what their job is. That's what she's talented at doing. And people see through her in 2 seconds. That's why her show is totally bombing. Not to mention, she can't hold a show. And when I say hold, I mean, you got to have presence. You got to have style. You want to say what you want about Rachel Maddow. I know she's nothing to look at. I know she's conspiratorial. I know we don't like her, but I'm going to tell you this. On-air presence, she's got it going on. I mean, I don't like what she has to say, but she's actually decent at her job, and she leads you down a very, very long, narrow rabbit hole half the time, but she keeps you interested. This one, I'm not surprised she's flopping big time in MSNBC prime time. Gosh, it probably sounded so good. I'm going to take over for Rachel Maddow. Let me see how I can do it. And then she goes, whoop, like a rock, straight to the bottom. Granted, she doesn't exactly have the wind at her back because, well, I think everybody in the Democrat Party is pretty frustrated. You look at the polling numbers, they're down to 28% approval. This is unbelievable. Donald Trump keeps on climbing no matter what they throw at him. He keeps on climbing. And then you look at what's going on there with the Democrats, and they're a total disaster. Here's CNN will tell you. It's their own poll.
There's this new CNN polling out today that says quite a bit. Just 28% of Americans view the Democratic Party favorably. And the context of that is the lowest mark for Democrats in the history of CNN's polling going back to 1992. And for Democrats, they have a lot more work to do to win back favorability within their ranks, within the party, than Republicans do.
Yeah, you think? So, in other words, Trump is soaring. Trump's doing great. Democrats are tanking. And so it's a tough time. I get it. You know, if you're Jen Psaki, you got no personality. Nobody trusts you to begin with. You just sat and lied through your teeth about Biden the entire time. And now you're taking over for the big leagues, Rachel Maddow, who only wants to work once a week. And somehow has worked out a deal where she's allegedly getting 25 mil just to work once a week. Good work if you can get it, right? So Jen is plunging. Free Beacon had a story on this. Her ratings are down something like 44%. Take a look at this. Wow, she's lost 44% of that audience. They used to tune in for Rachel Maddow, and they'd all gone bye-bye. Her show is called The Briefing. Well, the show name enough is just enough to, that'll make you pretty tired and eyes glaze over. It sounds like it might as well be NPR. The Briefing averaged 1.1 million total viewers from its May 6th debut through July 3rd, down 44% from the 1.8 million that Maddow and actually the temporary host Alex Wagner managed to pull in during the 9 p.m. slots. Wow. Okay, you compare and contrast with Hannity, which is on at 9 p.m. They're getting 2.9 million. I mean, she doesn't even have a fighting chance. I could have told you that. MSNBC. I mean, it's like, how do these people pick talent? I don't know. Anyway, she's a former press secretary, as you know. That lackluster performance, Free Beacon writes, has added to MSNBC's financial woes, as the network already faced plummeting ratings and viewership for months amid mounting scrutiny over its left-wing reporting bias. MSNBC's parent company, Comcast, announced in November that it was cutting ties with the failing network. It wants nothing to do with anything over at MSNBC. Now, Psaki, for her part, has faced some backlash, they said, over her role in covering up former President Biden's mental decline while she served as White House press secretary from January 21 until May of 22, until she could get that prime TV gig. That's all she ever wanted to do, was be on TV. Gosh, lady, you should have started as a reporter. Maybe you'd actually have some ethics. Oh, maybe not. Ethics are a rare thing in this reporting industry. Here's Jen Psaki proving that, trying to say, don't you dare say it was some kind of cover-up. That might actually suggest that it was like Watergate level stuff. You better believe it was Watergate level stuff. Even Jake Tapper, and he's not exactly any kind of person with any kind of moral high ground. Even he admits it was Watergate level stuff. Here's Jen.
I left in May of 2022, just for the facts here. And I have seen Biden once since then, when I took my daughter to the holiday party this last December after he had lost. And so I hadn't seen him in person during that period of time. I never saw that person, not a single time. And I was in the Oval Office every day that was on that debate stage. I'm not a doctor. Aging happens quite quickly. Were things that people saw during that period of time that were similar to that, or would have been in a category of that? I don't know, possibly, right? And all these folks are going to tell us.
Like, do you think that were they actively covering it up? Were they sort of in denial, or was that just a bad debate? Like, what is your read on that?
Well, this is what I mean about cover up is a very loaded term, I think.
Well, it means you knew that it was really bad and you're pretending otherwise, versus you're deluding yourself, I think is what people do a lot.
Well, I understand, but I still think it's like cover up is often like a crime, right? We're talking when people use that term.
They say it's worse than the crime.
People use that term as they relate to Watergate or the covering up of not sharing public information about a war.
Yeah, I'm not accusing anybody of a crime.
I understand, but other people have used that term, and I think it's a bit of a dangerous term.
Touch me, woohoo, right? Peppermint Patty didn't like that line of questioning. She's going to shut that one down pretty fast. But let's face it, there's a reason people don't tune into her. It's very funny. I think it was People Magazine or Us Weekly, one of those, that quoted Rachel Maddow talking about how she was turning over the reins to one Jen Psaki. And Rachel had a very underhanded way of complimenting Jen, which wasn't really a compliment. She said something to the effect of, and I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but she said, oh, Jen Psaki will just kill it in this show. She's going to be so great. And I can tell you why she's going to be so great, because, she's right inside the Beltway, and she's like friends with all these people, and she's going to get them all on the show. Whereas me, I'm way over there, doing my own thing. And I kind of just, I have a good relationship with my team, but I'm not out sort of whining and dining. And again, these are my words, not hers exactly, but this is the gist of it. I'm not whining and dining with all these go-getters in Washington, D.C. Therefore, I'm not as plugged into that little clique, and Jen is, so that'll be great. And I'm like, wow, whoa, I credit Rachel. I got to give credit where credit's due. That was like, That was like a knife right in the back of one Jen Psaki. Her point was Jen Psaki is part of the establishment. And when you say that, when you're part of the establishment, guess what? Nobody wants to watch it. Nobody wants to see it because they know that you're just part of the lying machine that's going to lie to them some more. And that is in part, ladies and gentlemen, why her ratings are down, 44% from where they were during Rachel Maddow's days. So she never stood a shot. And now the question becomes, if Jen Psaki can't hack it, then do they bring Rachel back? Here you are, you're Comcast. You're spinning this thing off. Good tax advantage to do that. You're going to spin it off. If you're a new shareholder and you're buying into this, it's all the cable entities. First of all, why would you buy it? I mean, seriously, why would you buy it? Because it's cable. And cable's dead and over. And unless you really come up with some clever way to reinvent it, I don't think you get a lot going on there. So just as an investor, I would not be that interested. This is not a growth stock, okay? This is not NVIDIA that we're talking about. This is going to be the dregs of what Comcast has that it no longer wants. They are going to spin off into a company called Versant, trying to make it sound kind of spiffy, kind of French. And if you're an investor in that, I'd say, hey, Rachel, you better hightail it back. You're taking over for Jen. You want that 25 mil? Guess what? You're going to have to work for it 5 nights a week. I expect to see you. And you got to stop dissing the bosses. I mean, for goodness sakes, they fired everybody, including a bunch of members of her team. She didn't really complain about her team getting fired, but she complained about everybody else, suggested it was racism of all things. I mean, talk about biting the hand that feeds you, right? I wouldn't allow this. Here, remember?
An even bigger programming change is at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Eastern, where Joy Reid's show, The Readout, ended tonight. And Joy is not taking a different job in the network. She is leaving the network altogether. And that is very, very, very hard to take.
No.
I am 51 years old. I have been gainfully employed since I was 12. And I have had so many different kinds of jobs, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. But in all of the jobs I have had, in all of the years I have been alive, there is no colleague for whom I have had more affection and more respect than Joy Reid. I love everything about her. I have learned so much from her. I have so much more to learn from her. I do not want to lose her as a colleague here at MSNBC. And personally, I think it is a bad mistake to let her walk out the door.
Oh, well.
It's not my call, and I understand that, but that's what I think. I will tell you, it is also unnerving to see that on a network where we've got two non-white hosts in primetime, both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie Fang on the weekend. And that feels worse than bad, no matter who replaces them. That feels indefensible, and I do not defend it.
Of course, they were replaced by a very diverse group of people. But whatever, don't let that ruin a good story, right? It's wild. So I think she's actually at risk herself. Well, one of two things. They either bring her back and they say, bye-bye, Jen Psaki, or Jen, you can become like a contributor, which is really all she should be, right? She gets this in the beltway kind of knowledge. Let her come on and be a contributor. Do not let a woman host a show, for goodness sakes. I need some pizzazz. I need some personality. At least Rachel's got that going for her. I know you guys don't like her, but you know what? Again, credit where credit's due. So you bring Rachel back and you say, okay, you're going to earn that 25 mil. Or you say, Rachel, if you don't want to do this, we don't want you. Okay? You're gone. Go do your little podcast. I'm sure you'll be successful at it in your own way, shape, or form, and leave us alone because we're not going to pay you 25 mil. And so I think there's going to be renewed financial pressure and renewed scrutiny on this company, as there should be, as it goes off and spins off and becomes public. As for the morning show, those people are survivors. They're real survivors. They just keep coming back and coming back. I don't think they believe anything. I mean, they really don't. On the one hand, you had Joe Scarborough equating Donald Trump with Hitler while telling us it was the best Biden ever. Remember that one? And then the next day after the election, he's like, oh my gosh, this is a landslide. No, we haven't seen this thing since Reagan. And they hightailed it down to Mar-a-Lago on a plane. All I'm saying is Joe and Mika are survivors. They'll find a way to get through it some way, somehow. Maybe they'll take a pay cut. They'll probably have to take a pay cut. But they'll figure it out. Rachel, it's going to be one or the other. You either come back and you lead prime time and you earn that 25 mil, or you go. And then they can just populate the network with a whole bunch of has-beens or nobodies like Peppermint Patty. You can barely remember who she is, but she gets the job done and she reads the prompter and the lights stay on. That's what it's come down to. Reminder, if you guys haven't subscribed to 76 Research, it's my financial research company. I started it because it was so important to me that you get honest, legit financial research that isn't tainted by anything, Wall Street wants you to believe because they get the DEI agenda or ESG agenda. I just want you to make money, okay? It's pretty darn simple. So does my colleague and co-founder, Rob Jordan. We put this together for you guys. Use code word dollar. We've got a market that has been on fire. I mean, the stock market is just doing great. It's incredible, right? I mean, you wouldn't know it necessarily if you were to talk to some of the people over on CNN. It's amazing to me. We were talking about the egg thing yesterday, right? Remember the eggs and how one of their contributors just didn't understand how the price of eggs over the last year, she kept saying it was up 27%. The anchor kept saying that too. And the guy was like, it was such an He's like, but wait a second, in the last 6 months, it's plummeted, absolutely plummeted. So why wouldn't you look at it for the last 6 months? Why do you have to look at it for the whole year? Well, we know why they have to look at it for the whole year. Yeah, they're not that bright, but they're also very politically biased. Same sort of thing. Kevin O'Leary is trying to tell them, hey, we got a great stock market, but you wouldn't know it at CNN.
3 years now, I think Trump has eroded global trust in the American economy, the American deal making.
The all-time high market ever in history.
It's high.
They
don't believe
all-time high.
They think Trump is
It's never been higher. Never been worth more. Never been more successful. Never.
When you
And
look
it's eroded trust. All-time high today at 4:30 in history. Never worth more. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let's
the American,
August 1st, when he announced
the American people are.
It's like, look, you know what? You can't argue with reality, but some of these people, I get it. They don't really understand markets. They don't really understand the economy. It's like the Colbert people that think they can keep the show on the air just because, oh, it's good for branding. Yeah, that's their idea. It's good for branding. Egg prices, like I said, in the last 6 months, look at that plummet. They've come way down. That's wonderful, wonderful news, right? Just don't tell CNN.
I do think the panic over this report today is unwarranted, but I do think data is worth watching every month.
But it's
But
not.
it seems like a lot of panic for no reason. You're getting matched reports every
It's not panic when we were promised on August 15th of last year the price of eggs, the price of bacon,
Price
the
eggs are
price of
down,
apples.
69%.
Actually, eggs year over year are up 27%.
They're down.
I'm sorry.
If office, they're down.
But year over year.
You promised when you took office, they would go down.
Hold on. Let's not fight about statistics here.
These people are not only stupid, but highly irresponsible. Okay, so then look at this chart, and they're down. I guess Scott was saying some 67%. You can't sit there and tell me year over year they're up 27%. You're going to hold him responsible for all the mess that Joe Biden created. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. Okay, this is why we need more transparency in the media. This is why these media entities are failing as badly as they are. This is why MSNBC is nowhere. This is why The View is about to be canceled. This is why Stephen Colbert was canceled. And he's not even, that's not even journalism. But frankly, the guy's not even funny. Not one bit funny. And heck, he gets his scripts written for him, his jokes written and everything. But who kind of is striking me as a little bit funny? Just because he's insane. Did you guys see any of this Hunter Biden stuff? I mean, he's clearly losing it. Hunter Biden going on a few podcasts over the last 24 hours, and he's kind of mad. He's kind of mad at all his dads. I'm mad too, right? They forced his dad out. His dad clearly had an ego that wouldn't quit, which is why he was in there to begin with. Also, the wife had an ego that wouldn't quit, which is why she kept her husband there going. Anthony Brunell, the chief of staff for one. Dr. Jill Biden must also had a heck of an ego because he realized he only had the keys to the kingdom. He's controlling access to one Joe Biden. Anyway, Hunter Biden now, he's out doing an interview, and I want to show you this, guys. He's just, poor Sal. Sal had to bleep, 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 but you'll get the picture. There's something going on. Maybe some things that we shouldn't be talking about going on. But anyway, here he is.
Opinions, but him, him, and everybody around him. I don't have to be nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. George Clooney is not a actor. He is like, I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como, and he's great friends with Barack Obama. You, what do you have to do with anything? Why do I have to listen to you? What right do you have to step on a man with 52 years of his life for the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the New York Times on me and James Carville, who hasn't won a race in 40 years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama, and that was because of Barack Obama, not because of David Axelrod, and David Plouffe, and all of these guys, and the Pod Save America guys, who were junior speechwriters in, on Barack Obama's Senate staff, who've been dining out on the relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40, $50 million off the Democratic Party, they're all going to insert their judgment over a man who has figured out, unlike anybody else, how to get elected to the United States Senate over 7 times, how to pass more legislation than any president in history, how to have a better midterm election than anybody in history, and how to garner more votes than any president that has ever won. And they're going to replace their judgment for his. Not to mention, who's Jake Tapper's audience? Jake Tapper,
my mom or something. I don't know.
well, I don't know.
Yeah.
For real though, I don't even think it's your mom anymore.
No.
By the numbers, what influence does Jake Tapper have over anything? He has the smallest audience on cable news, and beyond that, I think that the book is right now on Amazon that he put out. I mean, his ratings just went to after he put the book out. You know, they did a 2-week infomercial for it. I mean, it was such a money grab, such a disservice to everybody that he serves with. The jerk.
How is it that I'm agreeing with Hunter Biden? I mean, but he's darn right. Right? I mean, he's darn right. Of course, the White House had some funny things to say about this. They went on to say, a lot of things going on, a lot of tragedy in the country right now, but Hunter's more concerned about who's going to clean up his hotel room after his spenders. This was in one of the clips also referenced that he was willing to go have some kind of war in El Salvador over illegal migrants. So he's all about open borders, et cetera. And so they had kind of a funny response to that, or just a pointed response. But I would say I don't totally disagree with everything Hunter's saying. In other words, we've talked about this before. That was a money-grabbing move from Jake Tapper, who clearly has no soul. Because you've seen him. I mean, the guy just tore Lara Trump up one side and down the other, trying to suggest that she was making fun of little kids with stutters when she said Joe can't quite get it out. Well, Joe couldn't quite get it out. Joe had a lot of problems and still has a lot of problems, and that was pretty darn obvious. So, no, I agree with him, Jake Tapper. He suddenly flipped on a dime because his buddy George Clooney and David Plouffe and David Axelrod apparently told him to do so. And I agree. No one's watching, Jake. Like he said, it's not even your mom. No one's watching CNN unless you happen to catch it in the airport, okay? And they're not even showing it in the airport half the time anymore. So he's not wrong in that what they did to his dad was pretty unbelievable and pretty darn bad. And maybe Biden would have had a better shot than Kamala Harris. Kamala was about the worst candidate you could pick. And they're not even willing to do the autopsy after the fact and look at all the reasons why. This actually came up in a New York Times article this week. They said, okay, we're going to do an autopsy and figure out how did we spend so much money, the most money in history, and have literally nothing to show for it. And they don't want to talk about any of the obvious things that they should be talking about. You know why they picked a lousy candidate? Guys, you got to have a good candidate. They have to have a je ne sais quoi. They have to have some appeal. They have to have some likability. They have to have a sense of humor. These are things that, frankly, Kamala didn't have. Also, Hillary didn't have. You know what? Barack Obama had them. Barack Obama had them. Reagan had them. Clinton had them. Bill Clinton. I mean, I can tell you what makes a good politician. It's often what makes a good broadcaster. There's got to be some pizzazz. There's got to be some moral fiber, and there's got to be some self-deprecation and some humor. And the people that they keep choosing, they don't have any of it. I mean, Joe Biden technically, aside from the fact that he was really ailing and really failing and really old, he was actually a pretty decent candidate. They had the right strategy the first time around. Just keep him in the basement, keep him on the prompter. Don't let him out. Don't let anybody see just exactly how bad he really can be, and you'll be fine. But clearly, Hunter's pretty angry. Understandably so. And he's right. You know, all these networks that were making the decisions, the media that was involved in this decision making, including the likes of CNN and Jake Tapper, what did they know? They didn't know. Well, I'm going to keep it clean. I'll tell you one thing though. Tulsi Gabbard knows a few things, and Tulsi is coming out with more and more and more. Have you guys been following this? If you haven't, I want you to start following it. I want you to get read in. I know it's from 10 years ago. I know people are saying, well, what about statute of limitations? What about the fact that, you can't really sue the president? But I will say this. There are a lot of people there that were part of this team that got auto pardons that may not be, shall we say, pardoned anymore, and that those pardons will be null and void. And this means everything that Tulsi is discovering is going to come back to haunt them big time. This is the biggest scandal in modern history. I mean, it was bad enough that they kept John under wraps and they didn't really tell us what was going on with his health. But when you think about what they tried to do to Donald Trump, to hurt him in his first presidency, it's unthinkable. Watch Tulsi.
An issue, and I just want to start by saying that this is an issue that is important to every single one of us as Americans. This is not a partisan issue. It has to do with the integrity and the strength of our democratic republic. And it lays out in this over 100 documents that you're referencing that I've released, declassified and released, spells out in great detail exactly what happens when you have some of the most powerful people in our country directly leading at the helm, President Obama and his senior-most national security cabinet, James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, and Susan Rice, and others, essentially making a very intentional decision to create this manufactured, politicized piece of intelligence with the objective of subverting the will of the American people, who in November of 2016 delivered a historic victory to President Trump, defeating Hillary Clinton. And President Obama and his team, their goal was to essentially not accept the decision of the American people and to use this manufactured, politicized intelligence as a means to enact what would become essentially a years-long coup against President Trump. You have gone into great detail over these years of what the effects of this document and this decision have resulted in. Obviously, a years-long Mueller investigation that cost taxpayers almost $40 million, 2 congressional impeachments, endless smears and attacks against not only President Trump, but his family. He had senior members of his team who were investigated, some arrested and jailed. We had heightened and increased tensions between the United States and Russia. The list goes on and on about the consequences of President Obama and his senior cabinet members politicizing intelligence once again, and I say these words very clearly, to enact what was essentially a years-long coup, subverting the will of the American people in that election in November. Now, you referenced this.
She's absolutely right. I always said it was a kind of coup. It was insane to me what they were doing. Absolutely insane. And the dossier itself, we talked about that at length, guys. I mean, Perkins Coie being the law firm that paid for it on behalf of Hillary Clinton's campaign, and then they took that and they used that as a reason to expose him, to investigate him. You go through all of this information, and we went through this yesterday. If you didn't see yesterday's show, I encourage you to go back and watch it. The title of the entire show is all about what Tulsi was finding, but effectively, what came out of this was Crossfire Hurricane documents show you that they were planning this as far back as September 5th, 2016. And what they had discovered was that no, Russia wasn't necessarily trying to pitch the election one way or another. They didn't really care who won. They just wanted to actually create a sense of distrust and some division. And wow, heck, they got that accomplished, right? Because who needs Putin when you've got Obama, for goodness sakes? I mean, this was the December 7th thing that they were about to put out. And they chose not to. They were going to say that basically there was no cyber manipulation, no manipulation whatsoever. It didn't have any effect on things. And then they decided, okay, well, we're not going to say that. We're not going to say that because they wanted to have something that they could go with. And what they decided to go with was to instruct the entire intelligence operations division to invest. This is the meeting where it all went down. You can see this December 9th, 2016, in the Situation Room. And they had John Brennan there, they had Andrew McCabe, they had James Clapper, they had everybody there. And it was Susan Rice, who sent herself an email after it's called a CYA email saying the president was very clear. He wanted to make sure that we followed all the protocol. CYA, CYA, CYA. Anyway, long story short, they decided that they were going to request the entire intelligence community put all of its efforts into figuring out just what went down between 2008 and 2012. Those were the reference points. They could go as far back as that into 2016 to figure out how the Russians somehow stole the election, which they didn't. But you wouldn't know it, right, if you listened to the TV, because all we heard from the likes of Hillary Clinton, Jimmy Carter, everyone, every time you turn on the TV on CNN, the Russians did it. The Russians did it. My God. I was like, Marshall from the Brady Bunch. It was Russia, Russia, Russia. Constantly.
Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put in office because the Russians interfered.
Trump knows he's an illegitimate president. The president will elect, although legally elected, is not legitimate. I don't see the president as a legitimate president. You said you believe that Russia's interference altered the outcome of the election.
I do. And we have a president who, if in fact it is proven, has been assisted by the Russians and may in fact not be a legitimate president.
The one thing that Trump is fearful of when it comes to being president is that finally we will see how illegitimate his victory actually was.
I have an objection.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object because people are horrified he's an illegitimate president.
Do you believe Trump is a legitimate president?
What I believe is that there's no question that the outcome of this
Oh
election.
my God, it went on and on. Like there's a full 10-minute clip that you can find online of that. Unbelievable. I mean, they're just blatantly lying and they made everything up, and Tulsi's got the receipts now. So we got to see action. It's really important that there be charges brought. And that's the question on the top of everyone's mind. I mean, you guys are asking for some very dear friends. Some of you may have seen him on the show. My friend Neil Grossman was texting me yesterday. Do you really think something's going to happen? And I guess the fair answer is I don't know. But I sure as heck hope. And I think that's why it's so important that we're together on this and we stay united and we stay focused and we keep talking about this, because the pressure needs to be there. And even if, shall I go on and say, even if nobody does anything, and that would be really tragic, but even if they don't do anything, let the record show what these people did, what Hillary Clinton said on The View, nonetheless.
There is no denying that the Russians interfered in the election, whether or not they had willing or unwitting help from the Trump team. They interfered, and they did so to help him and hurt me, and they did so to destabilize our democracy, and they have not stopped. I mean, there's been enough public testimony before Congress now by very distinguished, experienced intelligence professionals who all say the same thing. This is a clear and present danger to our country.
No, Hillary, you are the clear and present danger. And so is Brennan, and so is Comey, and so is McCabe, and so is Rice, and so is Obama, and so is everyone, okay? That's the reality of what went down. And we do want to see consequences. Tulsi was asked this directly this weekend.
So, as voters, can we feel confident that we will actually see charges, do you think, out of this?
I'm not a lawyer. We're referring all of this to the Department of Justice. I know that Attorney General Pam Bondi is committed to bringing about justice to those who have broken the law. And in this case, again, what these documents detail, to me, in my view, cannot be explained as anything but a treasonous conspiracy. This is not so different from what we saw under George W. Bush, when we saw that manufactured intelligence claiming there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq that kicked off a war that changed our country, that changed the lives of so many people like myself who went and served in those wars. The implications of manufactured intelligence are real. I would even say that what we are seeing here has an even greater impact than what we've seen in the past, because it speaks again to the foundation of our Constitution and our democratic republic, which is why accountability is so critical.
Yeah. We need that accountability. She's absolutely, positively right. Absolutely. I can't stress that enough. Ellen DeGeneres has moved to the UK. You guys may have heard. And she's making a big stink about why she's not moving back. The question is there more to the story? Does Cash Patel know a little bit more about what's going on? I'm going to get to that in a second. But first, you know what? I'm eating really healthy because I'm overseas in Ireland right now, where they take ingredients very, very seriously. I actually said this. I had a piece of chicken the other day, okay? Full disclosure in the restaurant. And I said to the waitress, I'm like, it's really good. Like, it's like the best piece of chicken I've ever had. And she said, well, it comes from like a farm nearby, and everything's like super locally sourced. And you know, they don't have any preservatives or additives. They're very, very particular about that. The butter, the milk, everything. It's really good. And you know, we just learned today that Coca-Cola is going to actually put sugarcane. Donald Trump said this was at his urging, and RFK's urging, sugarcane into their beverage, Coca-Cola, instead of corn syrup, because it's healthier, it's better. Isn't that amazing? I mean, like, you have it. My son likes to drink ginger ale, but he doesn't really like it over here because it's kind of a fancy ginger ale, right? It's not as sweet and tasty as the ginger ale that we get back in the U.S. But I'm just going to say, hey, Gary, thank you. It's good to see you here again today on the show. I got to say, it's very nice to have all these healthy ingredients. And it made me think of Balance in Nature, one of the great sponsors on the Trish Regan show, because they too have very, very healthy ingredients. If you look down the list of all the stuff, all the junk that can be in some of these, even in health products, right? Even in vitamins and stuff, you'll see all kinds of fillers, this, that, and the other. None of that exists. And as far as I know, has never existed. I've known the company in Balance in Nature. Check out all their products. You can check out, they've got lots of different stuff on the website, lots of great testimonials. You get 35% off if you use code word Trish, plus free shipping, plus free money back guarantee, and you're helping this show. You're helping me bring this to you for free every single day. Another great reason to love our sponsor. So go check it out, balanceinnature.com, and think about that. Coca-Cola, unbelievable, right? Okay, Ellen DeGeneres. She moved to the UK right around the time of the election. And she kind of made us think about it at the time. She said, you know, we love it over here. We don't like Trump. And then once Trump won, she decided we're going to stay over here. And a lot of people were saying, you know, maybe there's more to this story than you think. And why are we talking about it right now? Well, she just did another interview overseas with a UK reporter, and she made a big thing about this. She said, I moved to the UK because of Trump. And she confirmed that the election result influenced her move to the UK, where she says life is just better. So she and her wife, Portia de Rossi, they said, we got here the day before the election and woke up, lots of texts from our friends with crying emojis, of course, you know, crying. You know, I gotta say, it's amazing because people on the right don't do that and don't act like that. No way, that actually doesn't happen. No, we actually hold our heads high and we move on. But, you know, they like to cry, and that's their stick. And they get their crying emojis. She couldn't believe it. She got in. And she said, we're like, you know what? We're staying here. So now she's got her little farmhouse in the UK with her sheep and this, that, and the other. She likes to walk us around and show us the sheep.
This is what's happening now. They're in. Hey, that's not your food.
I don't really care. But anyway, she's very proud of the chickens and the sheep and the whole farm life that she and Portia have created.
One out.
Lovely. But it leaves everybody with more questions because you see, she had a special kind of friendship with P. Diddy. In fact, I went back and I looked at a whole bunch of clips. I didn't really want to show you any of them because it just kind of gives you the creeps. Because in some cases there were kids and like they were on her set and she's introducing them to Diddy and you're like, knowing what we've heard, etc. But it just kind of was a little bit unsettling. And you've seen some of the texts. I've showed you guys actually some of those texts where she was wishing him a happy birthday. And it was kind of just awkward and weird. And she had a whole bunch of weird little nicknames for him. They were really good friends. Like, what is that about? And she talked about his parties. So she was at the parties, which just kind of means like, okay, did she go to the UK because she's trying to avoid extradition? I mean, God forbid, like somehow she gets entangled in any of this. It's something that came up on an Australian TV show around the time that it happened. I want to share with you what the commentator said. She really has no love lost for Ellen, who she thinks is a very miserable person. And on top of it all, I think she also said fat cow. I love the Australians. Here we go.
The best one for me is Ellen DeGeneres, who is, by the way, a very nasty person. I've had dealings with her in Australia. Oh, but I tell you some stories about that cow. But anyway, good riddance to her. But she was quite friendly with that P. Diddy bloke, wasn't she?
Well, this is why I say release the Diddy file.
Yeah. So,
come on, Donald Trump. We want to know whose name.
So maybe she's hightailing out of there before all that.
All right, we'll let her say that rather than me. But that's the question. Is she hightailing it out because, she could at least fight extradition a little bit, right? They wouldn't have to cough her up right away. I mean, we do have some treaties and stuff, but she might have a leg to stand on, especially the way it actually works is if you feel for some reason that you might be politically vulnerable or vulnerable maybe because you're gay. And if you're gay, like you can't go back to the U.S. because you're worried that like Donald Trump's going to do something. That's actually one of the things she's been planting in the media as well, which really kind of cracks me up because I'm like, wow, she really doesn't want to go back. Like really, really doesn't want to go back to the point where she's now floating these ideas that maybe gay marriage is going to be canceled, et cetera. And that's why she can't go back. This is their house. I mean, this is amazing. Montecito, and I guess they're trying to sell it. They sold their other property for $96 million. Here's one of my questions. Has she renounced her citizenship? Because if she did, she'd have to fork over half of that to the U.S. government. You can check in, but you can't check out. All those people that want to come and live here, if they make any money, they got to fork over 50% before they exit to Uncle Sam. It's all your real estate, all your equity holdings, everything. If you're very, very wealthy, it makes it kind of tough. And guess what? If you're American, you still have to pay taxes when you're over there in the UK, Ellen. So it's not a tax thing. She's choosing to live there while simultaneously planting it in the media that she can't come back because she might be vulnerable. Her marriage might be null and void. Think about that. And then think about the relationship she had with Diddy. And again, I'll play it again. It's a short clip, just 15 seconds. I want you to hear what the Australian TV reporter is saying.
The best one for me is Ellen DeGeneres, who is, by the way, a very nasty person. I've had dealings with her in Australia. But I tell you some stories about that cow. But anyway, good riddance to her. But she was quite friendly with that P. Diddy bloke, wasn't she?
Well, this is why I say release the Diddy file.
Yeah. So,
come on, Donald Trump. We want to know whose name.
So maybe she's hightailing out of there before all that.
Maybe. She was kind of friendly with him. And she, I showed you guys the tweets when she would wish him a happy birthday. He made multiple appearances on her show. And even Elon Musk has actually weighed in on this, and people have criticized him saying, oh, you're just fueling this whole conspiracy theory about the two of them. And, maybe it is, but I would say that it's a bit bizarre that she's gone to the UK, said she's not going back, and has now planted the seed that maybe she couldn't go back because she would be vulnerable as a gay person. So Elon Musk actually took a few jibes at her, especially around the time that it came out about Diddy and his, freak off parties and this, that, and the other. One of the things that she wrote was Happy birthday, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, or as I call him, Cuddle McSnuggle Stuff. You don't need to know why. That was her post to him. And, people are like, what the heck did that mean? Like, Cuddle Mc. Do we have it? Let me show it to you because it's just weird. Okay, it's just weird. And again, some people are saying, well, maybe this is an extradition treaty type thing. If she comes to the UK, she could be safer. I mean, there might have been other places that would be even more safer for her, more safe, I should say. But this is the tweet: "Happy birthday, P Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, or as I call him, Knuckle stuff." And you don't need to know why. And like I said, he was on her show a lot, including some clips of kids that have resurfaced, and people are, concerned about that, upset about that. I don't really know what to think about any of this, but I bring this up, and we've thought about Cash Patel and what he may or may not know in this particular situation, and I think he probably has the answer somehow, some way. Don't you think it's weird? I'm just gonna throw this out there. Don't you think it's weird that James Comey's daughter was the lead investigator on Diddy and on Epstein? Like, how does that happen? Does she have a little special niche of like people that had tapes in their house? I find it very strange. You probably find it strange too. I'm just looking at the comments here right now because that is, and a lot of people believe that maybe she had to hightail it out right before the election. So I don't know. But again, Cash might know a little bit more. And at some point, I know he's got a lot on his plate. At some point, we might want to be asking those questions. I'm just reading. You guys, you don't like either one of those. Neither do I. Either of those characters. But it is interesting. Thomas Bailey writing that perhaps one of the reasons he didn't get convicted was because of Comey's daughter. Now that's interesting. They did fire him, by the way, the other day. And that didn't surprise me entirely that they fired her. They also fired somebody else in the administration who was married to the guy that started the Ice Busters app. Because, the Ice Busters app is basically tracking ICE and tracking all the people that work for ICE and the DHS and therefore putting them in jeopardy. And so that one kind of made sense to me too. But wow, very, 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 very strange stuff. You know who else is running scared right now? One Adam Schiff in serious trouble because looks like he pulled a good old Letitia James. Adam Schiff is in big trouble. Donald Trump writing over the weekend. It turns out, and he put this thing out. Let me see if I can show you. Oh yeah, this is the mortgage document. The mortgage document where he actually says, all right, I'm going to lean in really close here. He said that the property was his principal residence. Look at that, number 2. It's highlighted in yellow. What was Adam Schiff thinking? So you can save a lousy, 0.3% on your mortgage rate? I get it all adds up over time. Believe me, I'm not one to ever leave money on the table, but for goodness sakes, you got to be legal in how you do this, Adam. What was that about? He actually seems kind of nervous too. He issued this statement over the weekend that was to me a little bit bizarre. He went off on how dare the president say all these things, but he didn't actually say what he was saying, I guess because he didn't want to talk about, I don't know, that he might have been saying he had a primary residence in Maryland when his real primary residence was in California because he was a representative from California at the time, all to save a few bucks. There he is. He looks nervous. Oops. Here he is.
So I literally just got off the plane and, of course, read all the clips about what just took place in the Oval Office. I can't think of a more shameful display by a President of the United States in my lifetime. And when I think about all that the greatest generation did, the values that it fought for, when I think of what the country has stood for since, how we have defended democracy around the world, how we have come to the aid of our allies and friends, to see that all so shamefully betrayed is just heartbreaking. What will it take to wake the conscience of this country? Is this now what America is? We are reduced to some kind of a extortionary protectionist racket where a leader of a country whose citizens have fought and died valiantly standing up to a Kremlin dictator is so abused, where we stand for nothing but using our might to extort the weak or the vulnerable. Is this where we are right now? Because this is what we witnessed in the Oval Office today.
Okay. Does this make you mad? It makes me a little bit mad because I'm feeling pretty gaslit by now. I'm sitting there going, wait a second. Did you not see what Tulsi just uncovered? Okay, so Donald Trump's got some mean tweets out there. You knew this one was coming. Everybody said, well, I'll take a few mean tweets so I can have lower gas prices, lower egg prices, and a safer economy and a safer country, etc. But it's like, Adam, what are you talking about? You're upset because you just allegedly got in a bit of a jam looking for a lower mortgage rate. You said that Maryland was your primary residence, even though you were the congressman at the time from California. Unbelievable. It's like he pulled a Letitia James, Letitia, who also has it coming to her one way or another. I'll tell you, look at the polls. She's suffering. You look at those numbers, my gosh, the unfavorable and the do not know or have no opinion, that actually adds up to more than the favorable. I think Letitia's going to be out of a gig pretty soon, and I think she feels the heat, which is why she's getting really, she's like scripted. She's learned her lines, and she's taking coaching lessons from Rev Sharpton, who's sitting there, yes, sister, right there in the background. She's learning something along the way. She's repetitive, though. It's always the same stuff. Just take a good look.
And you want me to sit in my seat and stand idly by and allow this craziness to happen? You can come after me if you want, but you elected me to stand up. You elected me to use the law. You elected me to go to court. You elected me to continue to challenge this administration. You elected me to stand up for the least of God's children. You elected me to continue fighting on, and I will fight on.
Maybe, or maybe you'll get voted out because I've seen the polls and you're not doing so well. I mean, maybe if you somehow come to Colbert's rescue, that'll help. Not. I don't think so. You see, Americans have made their decision, and New Yorkers aren't that different from the rest of Americans. I mean, maybe Manhattan is a little thing unto itself, but you know what? The rest of New York has no use for Letitia James. The rest of New York has no use for The View or Colbert or CNN or any of these things. The rest, Colbert or CNN or any of these things, the rest of the state, the rest of the country wants honesty and truth. And they expect that in their leaders, and they expect that in their media. And that's what you will always get right here from me on the Trish Regan Show. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, do your part. Make sure you tell everybody we are here. It is a big deal. We are getting closer and closer every day to 1 million. I'm thrilled that you're here, part of that with me. We will resume the conversation and the news cycle again tomorrow. More coming your way throughout the afternoon into the night, and again live tomorrow. More coming your way throughout the afternoon into the night, and again live tomorrow.
Chairman Atkins, just wonder what you think about a lot of companies we've heard from recently that are kind of copying MicroStrategy's technique when it comes to Bitcoin. MicroStrategy was all about Bitcoin and owning that asset. There are a lot of new firms that are doing the same thing with Ethereum now. They want to be the MicroStrategy of the Ethereum realm. We've got a couple of companies that have come on this program and talked about doing that, and I know of several others as well. How do you feel about that? How do you watch it? Some of them use leverage. Some of them may not. But what do you think about?
The United States is dealing with two of the biggest scandals in our country's history. I want to go through each one of those.
Here you go, sir. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, thank you. No problem. I appreciate it. How much owe you?
Oh, no worries. The person in front of you paid for you.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's keep this train going. How much owe you for the people behind me?
$78.34.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning on. and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that's crown. Top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved out the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep cock watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster